Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stilezzi here with an Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty casted game stream today for patch 1.1.5. So, this counts the 7th stream on said patch, so we're going to share the stream with a couple Discord servers and then we're going to get started. Also, after we do the sharing of Discord servers, we're going to do the downloading of the games. We got quite a few of them actually, because I haven't looked at these in over 2 weeks, and we've gotten a pretty good collection here, honestly. I don't know if we'll get through them all. I mean, there's a ton of them. Probably like, maybe even 30 of them. I don't know. It's pretty big. Muy grande. So, yeah, that should be totally interesting to look at. Absolutely. So, yeah. How are you all doing today? Great? I hope you're doing good. I decided I wanted to do Wars of Liberty casting at least one day of this week, since we've spent so much time doing PK clan stuff, it's good to change it up a bit. Absolutely. A little bit of variety is the spice of life, Oh yeah, exactly. So this should be a pretty good experience for everyone. And for all you new Streletsy subs coming to watch my competitive casting stuff, Wars of Liberty is just a very fancy mod for Legacy. That includes World War I stuff, Civil War stuff, Revolutionary Wars. Yeah, basically it's everything from I think it's like Revolutionary War, the Civil War, up to I think it's the Revolutionary War, like the Napoleonic Wars up to World War I. So, pretty expansive amount of time there with all sorts of new tech and stuff that you don't see in the Legacy game at all. So yeah, it's pretty fun. You got like tanks, you got Zeppelins, you got submarines, you name it, all sorts of like actual battleships, not the weird big giant ones they have in D, like actual dreadnoughts with like turrets and stuff. Japanese ones can even train airplanes from them, so yeah, that's pretty cool. Certainly, so yeah, hopefully you're all having fun today. I certainly am. Just copying and pasting, making sure everyone sees the stream so we can move this thing along. Oh great, we got another Muppet in one of the Discord servers I'm looking at that's trying to do that weird Elon Musk Twitter scam thing again. When are they gonna fix these things, man? What is wrong with these people? They're like, ooh, look at this. I got an amount of money. You put the little QR code in and you get all this money. It's like, no, people are actually gonna fall for that stuff? Really? One thing you learn, like if you grow up in a normal household, is nothing's for free in life. Very little is for free. The only thing that's free in life is building a granary as the Ethiopians or the Hausa and the Definition. That's about it. That's the only free thing you get. Everything else you have to pay for one way or another. Whether it's through labor or signing a deal. Everything costs something. And the question is what does it really cost? It might cost something you don't expect at all, like, I don't know, your account. Because usually it's a scam to get into your account, so, yeah, that's what it ends up costing you. So, yeah, that's what it's all about, man. You just gotta be smart and realize some things are just too good to be true. Absolutely. So, yeah. Yep, that's quite good. I'm going through the Wars of Liberty servers right now, trying to copy and paste the link there so everybody shows up, or at least tries to show up. It's great when people show up. Then I don't feel like I'm talking to myself the whole entire time. I don't mind talking to myself for some of the time, but if I do it all the time, then it's like talking to your therapist at that point. But with bowmen and hussars and cuirassiers and stuff, yeah. Yep, absolutely. I love how Nathan named Sums 2v2. Like did he put the S in there in the wrong place on purpose or something? That's a little bit funny actually. Yeah. Definitely enjoy that. So yeah, definitely. I love that I can submit a stream almost every day, just about. That's always good. Helps keep the AoE community alive and well. Yeah, keeps everybody eating good. Absolutely. So that should be really nice. So there's that. Let's scroll up. Let's look around. Yeah. Okay. Making progress. It's always good. Making progress. It's getting really dark around this time now, this time of year. Like, oh, wait a minute. I'll just leave it there. Who cares? What difference does it make? Yeah, I can literally see the full moon outside my window. Right in the trees over there. A couple of months ago, it was like sunny out there this time. Nope, but now we got an actual moon out there. Big moon to look at. Yeah, like the moon. That's when all the crazy people are active, as you know. Especially on a full moon. The werewolves start howling and stuff. Yep, it is true. I mean, I think it's an actual phenomenon. Like all the car crashes and everything happens on the full moon because of some magnetic field in their brain or something. I don't know what it is. It's definitely interesting science though behind it. Definitely. Well, you know, I'm active on YouTube today, so you know the theory about the full moon is true. But then again, I'm always active, so maybe it's not a tribute to the moon after all. Yeah, no. Scrolling, looking. Go here. It's funny how Discord did not update the thumbnail in the stream to like the accurate one from the stream yesterday. I'm like, what is taking them so long? Oh yeah, I don't think they actually do though. You would have to like recopy and paste it in with the new data and stuff, and it's like, honestly, it's not worth it at that point. It's better just to leave it the way it usually is. Yeah, definitely. So that's good. Where are we in the list of things? Moving along pretty good. Ooh. Had some vegetable lasagna today. That was great. Haven't had that in a while. Hits the spot. It's especially good if you've had like a meat thing earlier in the day, so you don't consume too much salt. Definitely good for that. Because you definitely don't want to try streaming with too much salt in your system. You'll dehydrate super fast, and your head will start throbbing like crazy. It's insane. Hey, wait, clean. There we go. Next one. Got like 2 or 3 more to do, and then we can begin downloading the games and doing the counting of the games. That's the one signature thing I do for Wars Liberty streams that I don't do for the PK tournament ones, is I actually count out the recordings to you just so you can see the scope of how active our community is in Wars Liberty. So hopefully you'll submit some of your games as well. Yeah, definitely. Where are we at? Here and one more. We should be all set to go. Yeah, absolutely. This one as well. Here we are. Perfect. Beautiful. There we go. Nice. I think we got them all now. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go down to the Wars Liberty multiplayer server where I get all these recordings from, and we're going to count them out so we know how much we're looking at tonight in terms of coverage. There's some old ones too we haven't even gone to yet, but that's still been on the back burner for a while. And who knows if we'll ever get to them. Well, we'll get to them at some point, but yeah, no. I like to do the new fresh stuff first, and then get the old crusty stuff in the back of the fridge later. Yeah. Where are we at? Rec games. Okay, here we are. So let's see where we start. So, 1. So we're on uno. We got dos. We got tres, cuatro, cinco. So we got 5. So we got quite a few already. What else do we got here? Also, people should really start naming their recordings, so it's not just record game 1 every time. Just a suggestion. Now we got 6, 7, and 8. So we got 6, 7, 8. Beautiful. Wait a minute. Discord's acting weird with the UI. Okay. So we got 8 of them. That's great. What we got now? So we got 9 and Diaz. And then we got 11. We got 12, 13. So 12, 13. Then we got 14-15, so 14-15. 16, so we got 16. We got 17, 17. Is that Peru and Germany or what? I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. And then we got 18, yeah. And then we got 19, 20, 21, and 22. So, you know, like up to 22 at this point. Very nice. And after that, where are we on? We got 23, 24, 25, 26, so 26 already. 27, 28, so 28. And then we got 29, 30, and then got 31 there. So 31 games. That's a lot. I don't think we're getting through all those. I'm just telling you. Wars of Liberty games on average tend to take a bit longer to do, so the odds of us actually getting all those complete are pretty slim to none tonight. Yeah, Wars of Liberty games are usually a bit more meaty than the ones we've seen in the PK tournament, just saying. Yeah, the average Wars of Liberty game can often go like 20, 30 minutes sometimes. So, yeah, you need like a lot of time to do them if you want to complete a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think the most recent PK games we've seen have sort of been in that like sort of 16 to 20 range. So, yeah, it's kind of getting up there. I wonder once we hit the quarterfinals, how much, you know, time is that going to entail? Yeah. Trying to figure out where we are in the directory system here. Okay, so documents. I got to go to documents, my games, Wars of Liberty. This is how you submit record games to your directory, by the way, if you download them from the web. Then you go save game, and then just plop them in. You should be all set to plug and chug them. Yeah, very nice. You wouldn't believe how many game recs I have saved in my directory here. Game's like probably literally swelling with stuff. Oh, it is. Just look at this. I mean, I'm going to close Chrome right now. Right, and I'm going to show you how many recordings I possess. It's like stuff I've been having for like 2 to 3 years at this point. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. So here we are. We're going to begin now. Okay, so scenario editor. Nope, not record games here. And we're going to look for 2v2. This one. So this is where we're starting. But just as a perspective, look at how many recordings I have here. Look at all these things. From patches gone by. It's crazy. Lots and lots of stuff. But I will say, Definitive Edition record files are definitely more taxing on the system's disk space than Wars of Liberty ones. Wars of Liberty ones rarely reach a megabyte, whereas DE ones can easily go up to like 10 to 20. So, yeah, if you ever like need to clean up some disk space, just shred a ton of your old recordings in DE, and you should be able to clean it up pretty easily. Yeah, most definitely. So here we are with 2v2 game 1. And then there's going to be a sequel to it as well. So let's begin with this one right now. It's good being back to old people. Absolutely. It's like coming home again for the first time. Coming home again for the first time, yeah. Well, hopefully you can stay home. That's always good too. Anyways, here we are with a 2 versus 2. We got Nathan and Zelda Verde versus Josevi and Zagawai Black. So this is a 2 versus 2 here. And we're on a pretty interesting map. It's one of the ladder maps. And it's going to be a pretty intense game to say the least. On one side, we got Zagawai is Argentina. And their ally is Mexico. And on the other side, we got, let me see what we got over there. Josevi is all, wow, look at that, 2 Mexicos. We got Josevi as Mexico, and we got, Nathan as Mexico. And what is wait a second. The Verde's also going Mexico. So, we got 3 Mexicos and an Argentina. So we got 2 Mexicos playing Mexico and an Argentina. Is that right? Wow, that's interesting. I didn't expect there to be that many Mexicos in one game. Should be pretty chaotic, actually. And I think it's going to be a pretty long battle. If I'm completely honest with you, if we got 3 Mexicos here, we're going to be sitting here all night. I mean, well, here's the thing. Mexico in Wars of Liberty is nothing like Mexico in Definitive Edition. Totally different civ here. Basically, the Mexico here has a second town center building called the Presidio, which acts as a hybrid between a town center and a fort. Yeah, a town center and a fort. So you can build them within a certain radius of your town center or another Presidio, and it allows you to train villagers, train all of your infantry and cavalry, and protects the area with a range attack, just like a fort does. Well, obviously it's not an intense range attack, but you can upgrade it with some cards, including giving it the cannon attack with one of the said cards. So, yeah, basically Mexico is pretty defensive in this mod. Another thing they got too, if you happen to kill one of the Mexican villages here, they have a unique name to them. They are the Tlaquehuals, or at least that's how I say it in gringo tongue. If you get rid of one of these villas and you eliminate them, they leave behind a grave for the Dia de los Muertos, trickling food back to you for, I think it's about like half the value of the villager, so like returns like 50 food or something like that. And then if you send a certain card, Dia de los Muertos, like an actual card named after that day, then it increases it by, I think, like 300% or something. So then you get back the cost of the villager plus 50 food or something. So yeah, it's a pretty interesting interaction. In general, if you're going to battle Mexico and Wars of Liberty, treat them like a porcupine civ. Treat them like a little porcupine. That's it. Treat them like a porcupine. If you're going to go in and start raiding their villas, it can come back to haunt you if they take all that food and then they wipe you out with it. Yeah, it takes a good amount of time before the Mexico really starts feeling the hurt from raiding, because they just get so much food from it, especially if they send the card that I mentioned, which makes them really difficult to effectively punish with raiding. But anyways, let's look at these decks, because if we're going to have 3 Mexicos here, we got to pay attention to that. Looks like everybody is on a consensus to get a Presidio first. That's the best move that you can honestly do. Basically, your Presidio is really your best starting card as Mexico, because again, it opens up a second villager queue that you can start to use. You can actually use it for a while in place of a barracks or a stable, because it trains your infantry and cavalry. So if you want to make Nanciero, Conscripto, Muchetero, just use the Presidio for it. And then as time goes on, you can add barracks and stable to actually upgrade the units and stuff. But yeah, quite an interesting thing. Alright, let's check age ups too. Alright, so Nathan's going up with French, immigrants. Zelda Verde's going up with French, right? And Josevi, he's a bit behind actually. Yeah, he's not even aging up yet. A little concerning. It's a little concerning for sure. You should be aging up by now as Mexico. Just saying. Well, what are the decks looking like here? So looks like Josevi has Presidio upgrade. Well, this is both an Explorer upgrade and a Presidio upgrade. Wood chopping tech, eco theory, extractivism, Similones. This fans are herdables faster. Advanced immigrants basically gives you access to the Spanish immigrant colony. A really cool building that you can get some new units with and some techs. Down here you got Codizimo. Okay. Pretty fair. I mean, one thing to note is you got 2 immigrant options out of this deck. You got the Spanish in age 1. And then you get the Irish in age 4 there. The Defensa de Churubusco there. It gives you access to an Irish immigrant colony. Not only that, it looks like you got outlaw potential with Codizimo there for Josevi. And Josevi is going to go up with French as well. Yeah, typically, unless you got a really unorthodox plan, it's usually good to start with the Mexicans. You start with the French first, because the French can actually jumpstart your economy pretty good. They got a technology at their colony that allows you to get two food works, these sort of mini semi-factories that trickle food for you. So, yeah, typically go French immigrants if you're playing as Mexico, at least at the start. If you want to branch out into CSA or Chinese later, go for it, but France is usually the good starting point just for those particular technologies that you unlock. And I should mention that too. So, in a sense, the Definitive Edition method of aging up is kind of similar in Wars of Liberty, kind of, for the Latin civs. So what you get is you get this cool thing called an immigrant colony, which you can choose, by the way. And each one of these colonies comes with their own set of technologies, about 2 of them, that cost a shipment. So you remember in like Definitive Edition how you basically would unlock cards as like Mexico or United States, right? When you aged up as a particular state. That's how it works here, except instead of states, it's with immigrants. And basically, you get a long-term benefit of going with multiple immigrants, because in order to unlock said immigrant colony and be able to use their units and stuff, you do need to age up with them at least once. So you kind of get yourself into a situation where you can either really develop one colony and get a ton of benefits out of it, both short-term and long-term, or you can go for a mixture of different colonies and get access to really all the military units, but have less concentration in terms of bonuses. Yeah. It really is up to you, and I think in both cases you have justification for it. So, yeah, definitely something worth considering. Nathan is going to open with Mushitero. Mushitero is actually a cavalry unit. Yeah, it's called Assault Cavalry, which means well, I'm not going to call it Assault Cavalry, because that might be confusing to newcomers. I'll call it Heavy Cavalry. You know what Heavy Cavalry is, right? Like Cuirassiers, things like that. That's what these Mushiteros are under the branch of, basically. So they're really more or less like Coyote Runners, but they have like splash attack and hand armor. So really good in melee combat. They can like hit multiple units at the same time. They can like disrupt huge waves of skirmishers, and even muskets too. That's what this new assault class in Wars of Liberty is all about. Basically making it so these units can actually resist the bayonets of a musketeer or like a pikeman's attack, and thus do more melee potential against all infantry types. Looks like right now the Mushiteros have raided about 2 of the villagers there. I'm just going to call them villagers. I'm not going to do their fancy name. But notice how Holsevy now has 2 graves here. You might not be able to see them because of the lighting, but look at that. See this cross here in the sand? That's a grave. And that's actually generating Holsevy food right now from the death of that villager. So yep, that's why I said Mexico is sort of like a porcupine civ. You know, yes, you will get rid of their vill numbers and cause long-term damage to their economy, but short-term, Mexico can pick up all that food from that grave and then punish you with it and like strike you back really hard. Yeah. Looks like Sakuai is trying to defend with Infernales. They do get wiped out though because they have like no support or help at all. And Nathan's ally, Zelda Verde, is actually supported with conscripts and their wonderful range attacks. So those Infernales did not last very long. Infernales, in terms of stats, can really be considered to be mounted pikemen. So they are classed as cavalry, but they aren't lumped in as like hand cavalry. They're not lumped in as like dragoons. They're lumped in as like a special class of cavalry without any sort of tags other than the cavalry one. And that basically means they're really immune to most multipliers in the game, except for like pikemen and stuff. They're good against all cavalry, as well as machine guns. So there's a few things that counter them directly, but overall, Infernales are just dealt with in general by really good range attacks, since they have no pierce armor, pretty much. They only have hack armor. And their real only purpose is to fight cavalry, because they get multipliers against all cavalry. So, again, like a mounted spearman in that sense. and you're just supposed to mass them against enemy cavalry armies. But you can use them against skirmishers too, because they have like a reasonable amount of HP and attack. It's just going to be statistically a bit of a different result because you don't have the pierce armor or the malice potential with them. So skirms can, in some cases, dominate them. In other cases, the infantries will dominate against them, yeah. Looks like Kosovi's going to try to defend with Musketeros right now. He also made a couple conscriptos as well. Seems like right now, Zelda Verde is pushing in the strongest with a huge army of conscriptos. Saguai trying to defend with some patricios, as well as some Danube Legion Grenadiers. Unfortunately, though, he's being surrounded by both of his enemies. So he's going to have to deal with that splash attack from the Musketeros. He's got like a single Infanali left. See what he does with that. Okay, so he's going to... Oh, man, look at that. Getting completely KO'd there. That's not good. Not good at all. Oh, man. Wow. Crazy what's going on there. Ugh. Unbelievable. I think they're a little bit outmatched, honestly, because it just seems like that attack by Nathan and Verde was just really bold. And their defenses are kind of crumbling very quickly. Yeah. But this whole Musketero plus Conscripto thing is a very good wombo combo, because the Musketeros can deal with the skirmishers. And then the Conscriptos here can basically deal with all the caveats, because at range the Conscriptos can be pretty good against most things. But when it comes to their melee, the melee of these Conscriptos bayonets has multipliers against Dragoon type cavalry, as well as heavy cavalry types, so scout units and assault units. Assault units in terms of cavalry are cavalry that have hand armor like this unit, and then scout ones are ones that have pierce armor instead. So you got some cavs that have pierce armor like the old school hussars, and then you have some new ones that have armor against just hand units only. Or in general, if you see any cav unit that has armor against hand units, it's going to always be classed as assault. Whereas if it's pierce alone, then it's going to be a scout unit. Yeah, and it does have a bit of a difference in terms of combat, because Dragoons only have multipliers at range against the assault class, but not the scout class. So there is a class of hand cav which would include hussars and ulans, which don't actually suffer range multipliers for most Dragoons, which is pretty interesting in this game. Gives them a bit more value, right? But however, that means that they're a little bit weaker, and then the assault ones is the more heavy and stronger cavalry. Interesting. So what Saguai does, he does ship in his Morenos from his card, his Castas card, basically, giving him a bit of extra pikemen. So he's going to try to mix in Patricios with Morenos, it looks like. Get maximum anti-cav there. Looks like for right now, Rosalie and Saguai are holding the line, at least against the Musketeros. But Zelda Verde's Conscripto line is not going down at all anytime soon. So that's pretty nice there. Very good.
Dígame, señor. Preparado.
Dígame, maestro.
Sending in a batch of Red Devils from the French colony. So that's one thing I didn't mention. Immigrant colonies like the French one here can produce certain military units, right? But the thing is, they do cost a shipment to make, so they really should be classed as like infinite cards instead of like actual unit training, because normal unit training, as you know, involves resources and like queuing up multiple units. But in the case of immigrant colonies, it's more or less like sending cards, because you can only send one specific fixed battalion of them at a time, and they cost a shipment. So it's really more or less like a card, really. We see it a little bit in Definitive Edition with the United States New York Age Up in Imperial Age with their New York's waves. But yeah, it's kind of like taking that concept but kind of applying it here. Only exception in this case is that it doesn't grow over time. It just stays at a fixed amount. Yeah. Your battalions of units with immigrant colonies will increase between age 2, 3, and 4. And after that, it just stays where it is for that and the rest of the game. So there is about actually 2 times where your immigrant battalion size will grow. And also these immigrant units do shadow tech, since they're sort of classified as like consulate style units, so they will actually auto upgrade, so you don't actually have to go out of your way to upgrade them, which is quite nice, right? The only thing you have to worry about maybe is potentially choosing to age up before you send them, because the battalion size will grow over time as you continue to age up. So while it might be tempting to get them early, if you can afford to age up first and then send those immigrant units in, you're going to have a bit of a larger batch of them for the same cost. So something you absolutely should consider there. Definitely. Right now it seems like Josefi's defending quite well with Conscriptos, but Saguai did push ahead a little bit with his Patricios and Morenos. I think he managed to take a unit or 2 out. And oh yeah, look at that. We got a... Oh, looks like he's knocked out. Very interesting. 700 coin coming in for Josefi. Let's check on the other guys. So Nathan is pretty hard on spamming Musketeros. El Verde is going to keep spamming Conscriptos. How's his deck looking? I'm just trying to see if there's a potential avenue towards age 3 for Verde. He might want to consider going with that and picking up the veteran card here. This one. Nope. This card, actually. This one. Suprimos Poderes. Because this allows your Conscriptos to not only gain 50% additional attack, it gives them 2 range as well. So, if you can afford to go age 3 with Mexico, like Verde is sort of again on the verge of doing, I would take it. So that way your Conscriptos are doing the most damage, and they're able to hit enemies from farther back as well, and it can potentially allow you to micro a bit better. Yeah. That being said, I do like how Saguai is sticking Moreno Spearman in the front there and helping to snare those enemy Conscriptos, allowing them to like cut through all those units there. Very nice stuff. Very nice stuff indeed. Quite good. Oh man, look at that. Looks like the attack has sort of failed now. I would suggest you take your Morenos and retreat them. You definitely don't want to idle your units and let them get cooked like that. Definitely not. Yeah, these idle military units is definitely bothering me a little bit. Because he could have potentially saved them and gone back to his base, but he's just sort of... Well, he's not completely wasting them. I mean, he did get a few kills, but honestly, if you just retreat them back to your base, get them into formation with Josefi, I think things will go a lot nicer for you. Yeah. One thing I notice here, too, it does look like Josefi is constructing a second Presidio. Yeah. By the way, you can actually get an additional Presidio with every age up. So, you can have 1 in age 1, you can have 2 in age 2, and up in Imperial Age, you can have up to 5 of them. So, yeah, even if you don't have a wagon card for it, you can still use your Explorer to build a Presidio for you. So just keep that in mind. You can only have 1 town center as Mexico, but you can have up to 5 Presidios. So you're definitely encouraged to get as many Presidios as possible for defense as well as economic growth, right? The TC is only really like your primary node that you start the game with, but other than that, kind of a useless poop, really. It does mean Mexico has one of the worst Great War Age situations because they only have 1 building where they can make trucks from, whereas other cities will have 3 town centers and they can make a ton of trucks with that, or some cities that have even more town centers like the Portuguese and the Serbs with the card. You can get more of them, but yeah, just figured I'd point that out. Oh, interesting. Going for a cow card? 7 cows. Siete vacas. Very interesting. Do you have a livestock pen for them, or what does he plan on doing with all those herbables? Hopefully he plans on doing something with them. Right now, it looks like there's a bit of calm before the storm here. We got Zelda Verde positioned in this spot. You got Josevi and Sagawai here, forming a close combination there. And then you got Nathan coming down with Mushateros pretty much, yeah. From this side. Alright, so looks like Verde has gotten the veteran upgrade. Question is, will he get the card that I mentioned, the Padre Supremos there? Yeah, I would get the Supremos Poderes there right now, just so he can get more range on these Conscriptos and some more damage. But he is also training some Soldaderas as well. The Soldaderas are the Mexican skirmisher girls. And what they do is they function exactly like a skirmisher, but they can also heal your troops as well. Yeah, I just called them Juanitas muy bonitas myself. Because, yeah, that's what they are. Juanitas bonitas. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. They're kind of a good unit you should always go for in Mexico, because they do get a card later on that gives them better rate of fire, so they can shoot a bit faster, the Mondragon rifle. So yeah, if you can get Solidaras early, it usually benefits you quite well to do so. Yeah. So here is the Solidaras right here. Las bonitas. Open up the Conscriptos amigos. Beating Sagawai Brax Patricios, yeah. Forcing him into a bit of retreat now towards Josevi. Now, Nathan has also reached H3. As well as Sagawai. Sagawai is also in H3, so the only one who hasn't aged up yet is Josevi. Yeah, Josevi is a little bit behind there. He's picking up Cimarrones right now to fatten up these herdables. He also trained some oinkers. He made some piggards. Look at that, he's got some pigs. Little oinkers. So he's got cows and he's got oinkers. For perspective, oinkers has about the same food capacity when they fully fatten as the sheep, whereas the cows obviously contain a lot more. So, yeah. So he's got some oinkers and he's got some cows here. Quite a bit good mix overall.
Comandante?
A sus órdenes.
Pretty scary combination, actually. So you got both Mexicos here, Nathan and Verde, doing full Conscripto, right? And then Verde added in a bunch of Vivinderos. Actually, they both have Vivinderos, so they're playing Musket Skirm right now. Whereas the Josevi Sagawai side, really sticking to just anti-cav, it looks like. Yeah. They really don't have any solid answer to these Soldaderos, though. So things could get pretty dicey pretty quickly, I think. Yeah. Absolutely. Especially since both of these players are going with the Soldado skirms. really makes all these conscriptos super irrelevant right now, I would say, yeah. If anything, Zagawai's veteran upgraded Patricios is the best thing to hold us off, because they at least have a HP profile that's closer to a Janissary, so they're technically a little bit sturdier for this type of combat. But definitely unupgraded Conscriptos by Josevi is not looking too great right now. Not at all. Josevi just aged up with the Chinese, whereas Zagawai is not only training Patricios, he also trains some artillery, some artisanal cannons. These cannons you can actually make in Age 2, so they're one of the only pieces of artillery we can make in Age 2 in this game. Kind of similar to the leather cannons of the Swedes in Definitive Edition, right? So like a super early piece of artillery. That being said, they are a little bit weaker, and they obviously have very little splash damage compared to a Falconet. But what they make up for it is the fact that they're cheaper, right? You can spam them pretty easily. And they're also low in pop cost too, so you can afford to mass them pretty well. And if you can do that, typically, you're in a really good spot. Wow, making some immigrant units himself. Zagawai's going for the Tatter de Melion there. So the Italian Lancers, it looks like. Yep. They'll have multipliers against infantry, so they'll actually be rather good against all this stuff. Only problem is he doesn't have any real good backbone of units to defend them. Yeah, notice how Zagawai knows to retreat right now, so he's going to pull back his artillery and his Patricios, try to reform a line, and then plow in with his Tower de Millions onto the skirms, ideally, to get the most of it. Looks like at the moment, things are not looking good for the Zagawai team. Supposedly has sort of been pinned in his base. Well, he can't do a whole lot, right? His score's only 101. Versus these guys, they're up in the 200s, head towards 300.
Pronto. Preparado. Yo nunca me he de entregar a los brazos de la muerte.
Just a bit of a tip for you, Josevi. Make sure you put these goats on the livestock pen. Yeah. Yeah, definitely don't waste these goats. You could put them on the livestock pens now and then be able to get a nice 300 food off of them later. That's what I would do right now, personally. Definitely. Surprisingly, the pigs and the goats have a similar profile. They're both 300 food capacity, and then they both have the same amount of food cost to make, so I guess it depends on if you're halal or haram. You know, if you're haram, make the pigs. If you're halal, make the goats. Same exact animal. Yeah. But how it's good, I guess, is the fact that if you've maxed out all of your pigs, the goats will provide an additional source of food for you, equating to the pigs. So, if you want a bajillion herdables coming out of multiple pens at the same time, go for both the goats and the pigs as civ, and then do that, yeah. In order to access the goats as Latin America, you have to age up with the Chinese immigrants at least once. Once you age up with the Chinese immigrants, the goats should be unlocked for you pretty much. So, yeah, that's all I have to tell you about that pretty much. If you want goats, go China. China. Otherwise, you'll just be able to make pigs and cows as the last seed. Now going to train in more Patricios. Also training horse grenadiers too. He built his estancia, it looks like. He already has a few horse grenadiers right now. These are part of the scout class of cavalry because they have the pierce armor. What makes these guys a little bit different is they actually have a charge attack. So they'll actually throw a grenade into the battle, and then they'll fight with their swords soon afterwards. Right now, it looks like Fragile is trying to go after the infantry. Did a pretty good volley there and took out 2 units. And then goes for a melee and then retreats. Is that right? It's a little odd. Don't you think? Absolutely. Verde also got the natives on this map, the Guarani Capuchaman. These skirmishers have a special property where they have the Duke of Suffering aura, or debuff around them, so whenever these skirmishers get near your units, they'll slow your units down. So, yeah, it's a good way to catch retreating armies pretty much, and make it harder for the enemy to micro and maneuver. So yeah, if you can access the Guarani Capuchaman on one of the ladder maps, ideally, it can be a great asset, allowing you to snare your enemies down without even snaring them, just because of that debuff they do to their speed when they're nearby. Good match so far. I mean, look, it really came down to good teamwork between Nathan and Verde. I think they did a really solid unit matchup. One person going assault, other one going musket with the conscriptos. And then eventually they just agreed to an age 3 timing with both muskets and skirms, and it worked out really good. In all honesty, though, Argentina really struggles in situation where skirmishers are being used because, unfortunately, Argentina does not get normal Hussar-type scout units, right? The only scout unit they get is the Horse Grenadier in age 3, actually. So, yeah, they're kind of struggling in that area. It's a little bit tough for them, but once they figure it out, like if they have an ally that has good scout, that's usually what you want to aim for, typically, in terms of combat. That's what I would typically tell you if you're ever playing as Argentina. Try to team up with someone who is playing as if it has good Hussars, the Lanceros, just so you don't get overloaded by skirmishers. Kind of like what happened here. And as you know, Joseve was the point of pressure the whole game, so he really had no way of sort of like breezing through that and coming back at all. So yeah, that was sort of an unfortunate state for Saguai to be in, I would say. Because unfortunately, when it comes to skirmishers, there's not much Argentina can do except making a few Horse Grenadiers. And I think there's an outlaw they can train as well. But that being said, it's an outlaw, so it's not going to obviously be as good as, you know, normal military, at least in terms of pop efficiency. So, yeah. Alright, so this is the second 2 versus 2 we're going to look at. It's 2 versus 2, part 2. I don't know if it's going to be the same players and the same teams, but we'll have to find out very shortly. Alright, I'm back. Let's start this one right now. Let's begin. Haha, so, same players, different teams. We got Joseve and Zelda Verde and Nathan and Saguai. from personal experience playing all those people, I think it's a pretty fair balanced setup, actually. We're probably going to see a bit of a more fair duel. Just saying. Because I think of all these dudes, probably Nathan is the highest seeded one, and then Sagawai is the lowest seeded one, so it's kind of good that they team up against the others, I would say. But anyways, what Zids we got? Nathan is going as the Dutch. We got Sagawai as Argentina again. Zelda Verde is still playing Mexico, and Joseve is playing Canada. So we got Mexico teamed with the Euro Crony Civ 2.0. And then we got Sagawai with the Argentina and Dutch team. Yeah. So in terms of this one, it's kind of a weird situation because the Dutch is really good with farming and natural resource collection. And then the Argentines are good with herdable economy. So a little bit of a different philosophy economically for both civs. Something I should point out about the Dutch in Wars of Liberty, though. These Dutch are really different. So they don't actually have access to the banks that they do in Definitive Edition. But what they do have is these villagers here. So notice how these villagers called settlers have a little red thing around them. That means that they get improved gather rate from berries as well as mills. So they're really good at food. These slave villagers here are better on mines. So it's best to put them on mines. And then later in the game they work good on plantations as well. And then the Hindustani or the Javanese labor, depending on what civ you get them as, are better on wood. So these villages are best for wood. These ones are best for like berries and farming, and these ones are best for plantation and mining. And you kind of have to keep that in mind and try to keep the villagers on their preferred resource. So if you can keep the slaves on the coin sources, they're going to be best useful to you. If you can keep the Javanese laborers on the wood, they'll be most useful to you. And then same thing with the settlers. Keep them on sort of the food tasks. Now, all these villagers do gather at the base rate for the stuff that they're not good at. So if you do want to put slaves on to hunt, go for it. It's going to be the same gather rate as any other villager. You don't have to worry about that, at least. Now, in terms of how good it actually gathers on the preferred resource, their base gather rate on the preferred resource is going to be 30% better than normal. So it's astronomically better for you to keep them on their preferred resource, but if you're doing a build order where you have to have them on hunts for a while, go for it. Like what's happening right here. He takes all of his Javanese laborers, put them on the hunt, puts all of his slaves on the hunts, because he knows in a typical game, this is around the time that you would go for a 16 villager age up with that food stock, and that's why you need to put them all on the hunt there. So yeah, pretty much. Right, and let me scroll up here. Aging up with the burger. The burger gives you about 440 coin, by the way. So that's a huge gold treasure for Dutch to get. Joseve is actually pretty behind right now. See, what I don't like here, I'm going to be a critique of Joseve right now. Never, ever, ever make more than one log cabin in Age 1. He's going for a market. He's going for 3 log cabins. This is very dangerous and risky. Because here's the problem, Houston. Canada is the only civ in the game that ages up with wood instead of food. So the more stuff he's building, the more he's prolonging his Age 1. And in a realistic scenario, he could get completely destroyed and rush out of the gate in Age 2 if he just stalls like this. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to build a log cabin as fast as possible in Age 1, because the log cabin can actually trickle wood. You see this right here, trickle of wood of about 0.2. So build the log cabin as fast as you can in Age 1, but only one. So that way, you're not burned through any wood that's going to help get you to Age 2 on time. And I don't know, maybe he feels like these guys aren't going to rush him and he can sit back and be greedy with his economy, I guess. But yeah, no, he's definitely taking the long route to Age 2, which in most situations could spell death. So I would be very careful. In terms of cards, it looks like he started out with 2 fur traders, to essentially get him to villages he can put on hunts. That's pretty nice. And he followed it up with Team Forest Laws. Basically, it's a team card that gives everyone on the team 50% additional wood chopping rate, so it's quite good for that, basically. He also has animal feed. This is the Anglophony card for fattening animals, and I believe it's also the card you would have as the Europeans too for fattening the livestock, pretty much, because you can see the chickens there and you can see the cow eating that beautiful animal feed. Then you also have sanitary movement. This essentially gives your villagers more hit points. It's basically the 19th to 20th century version of Pioneers, pretty much, in terms of the purpose. Okay, he's going to get a treasure too, 75 wood. I will point out this map too to you, by the way. So on this map, it's actually a sort of like a ledge, like this huge cliff here that the enemy can't cross, but they can attack you around here, up in the north, and they can hit you down here towards the bottom. So, in this sense, you can sort of be rest assured that your enemy's not going to be coming from this direction. They're even going to come from up here, or they're going to come up from down here. Right, you also have 2 trade routes on this map, this one here, and then you have one up in the top here too. So, the trade routes are a bit fascinating as well here, I would say. Okay, so Dutch is going to open barracks. I think that's usually the preferred play for Dutch because they get a really good musketeer replacement called the flanker. And what the flanker is, it's a hybrid between a crossbowman and a musket. Its range attack has multipliers against dragoons, and it also has 16 range, just like a crossbow does. But in hand attack, it's got the musket property and thus has multipliers against cav and all that. So really, flankers can handle a multitude of different situations, making them a pretty unique special unit. So he's going to go for a flanker rush. Yeah, he's shipping in 7 flankers right now. He's trying more. Typically, once you get a sizable mass, it's always worth it to send this card, the Suderige Mobile. It gives the flankers about 0.5 additional movement speed, right? And that makes their movement speed about 5. Because actually, the flankers start out about 4.5 movement speed. About the same as an Ashigaru musket, making them pretty mobile. But eventually they can go up to a movement speed of 5 with that card, and then they become really vicious and very quick moving, like cavalry almost. And you can often kite assault units like this, right? You can back up, hit one of them, blast them, because they have no pierce armor, and just keep doing that. So yeah, honestly, I think Nathan should be a little bit more wary of his flankers, because he could get some really good combat with them, if he so wants. But I think for it to really work, he's going to have to get the Suderige Mobile card first to get that additional movement speed he needs to get him up to 5. Optionally, too, you can also send Advanced Arsenal to, of course, use the military drums infantry tech to make him walk a bit faster, too. But, yeah, really, typically, when we worry about Suderige Mobile being used, we want to add Advanced Arsenal into it's going to, of course, take up a card slot and a lot of other stuff. So, Okay, Nathan. Hot Dog Man. Man, you got to pay attention to that stuff. He could have actually taken out a good number of these just with the range attack and avoid all this damage. I mean, he totally can use his bayonets against the Mosquiteros, but I'm just saying. Flankers have better movement speed than the muskets. They have like 5 movement speed with the Suderige card, and they have 16 range. So, ideally, you should be trying to shoot these Mosquiteros first, pepper a few of them down, and then engage in the melee afterwards. Because that way, you're taking a lot less casualties, and it's going to be a lot safer for you to do that. Right. It does look like his friend Zagwai has also come down with his Infernales, and Infernales are very good against Mosquiteros, because again, Mosquiteros have the shock tag, so they're actually cavalry. And Infernales have a multiplier against shock, so basically just mounted pikemen. They're great against these. So that was a good choice by Zagwai for going with that unit there. Looks like he is going to lose him though, but the Patricia should be able to finish him off or at least scare them away. Very nice. It looks like for right now, Sagawai and Nathan are holding this position on the map pretty well. Nathan's going to ship in his Undaunted natives. Undaunteds are basically native musketeers, but they're really, really weak. Like, very weak. Like, even weaker than, like, Russian musketeers. But they come in huge numbers. So, like, in Age 2, shipping of them already includes, like, 13 of them, which is, like, huge. So, basically, they're like a huge swarm of, like, mosquitoes to attack the enemy with in terms of, like, stats. And it's usually quite good. So, I think that's honestly a good choice there. You can combine with his flankers. Again, I would really strongly suggest you get your Suitor Each Mobile soon, just so these flankers can be fully microed properly. That's right. Also, looking at Argentina, let's check. Okay, so he does have a pasture here. Great. Pasture is a unique farm that the Argentines get that produces cows for free over time. And it actually fans the cows twice as fast as a normal livestock pens. So at this stage, you want to have at least 1 to 2 pastures, which looks like he's doing. So that's great. Oh, but Canada finally shows up with their Trupa de la Manise. These guys are a form of special skirmisher called naval skirmishers, which means that they have multipliers against siege troopers and artillery. Yeah. They're actually based off of the United States Marine Infantry from the Definitive Edition. If you remember that card that turns your Minutemen into Marines, that's what these guys are. They're a form of that. But these guys are actually straight up classified as skirmishers, whereas in the Definitive Edition, they're actually not given a heavy or skirmisher tag at all. They're actually just plain infantry. So it's kind of interesting how Wars of Liberty end up giving them a definitive sort of role. Yeah. One thing to note about these guys, they have a malice against old cavalry instead of just one form. And they also have crush armor instead of pierce or hack armor, so they're actually resistant to cannon fire, which is not something you see a whole lot of in AoE 3, right? Most units are either going to have pierce or hand armor, but they have crush armor, so that's always neat.
Votre ordre?
And so Musketeers could probably charge in the front and let the Troopas do some support in the back, right? Exactly. In this situation, I will probably... I think the Troopas are going to be the main threat right now, because the Troopas have a similar range as the flankers, about a range of 16. Plus, the Trupa de Marines as a naval infantry are a bit different than our ones. So, they have a lot less hit points than normal, so their HP is only like 90, compared to a flanker which is like a 115. These naval skirmishers, the Europeans get called Marines, like actual Marines, they have an HP of like 140. But the main thing you'll notice is these guys only have a range attack of like 16. Trupa has multipliers of about 32. So yeah, overall, Trupa the Marines are better suited for general combat, whereas these guys should really just be used against grenadiers and artillery, typically. I mean, they can be used for regular roles too, but they're just not optimal for it. You're much better off using like an actual skirmisher, but yeah, no, the Trupa DR Marines can absolutely be used in a combat situation except cavalry. Because look, 32 range attack at its base stats. That's very good, because as you get through Veteran, Guard, Imperial, that adds up over time, and they do like some brutal damage, yeah. So, yeah, figured I'd point that out. Looks like he is pushing in now, though. It's always good. Swinging and swinging. I'm swinging out. I think the Troopas have the advantage. He also has some militia, too. So, yeah, the militia are your regular sword crossbow units for Anglo-Zibs, and they have multipliers against heavies, so they'll be really well equipped against patricios and flankers. But it does look like he threw a few of them in the front there. I don't know if that was intentional or if that was an error. Yeah. Looks like right now his predicted Hosity is pushing them back right now because he's using skirmish units against line units, which is these guys, the heavy infantry. They call them line units. So if you have skirmish versus line units, typically the skirmish is going to beat them out, as you can see there, and this one's routed back. Also, the Machitero did a bit of stalling work too. Absolutely, look at that push back. Very nice. Saguai's going to attempt some Escopeteros now. These guys are a pretty neat unit. So, at the base, they're just like regular crossbowmen, so like age 2 early skirmishers. But what makes them different than any other like culture's early skirmisher is that they wield a shotgun. So they actually do splash damage. They have an area of effect of about 1. And they can damage multiple units. Quite a nifty unit to say the least. So yeah, quite powerful. Alright, Canada's going to age up now to age 3 with Lord Durham. So he's the Anglo faction. And believe it or not, Anglophile civs like USA, Canada, and Australia have 2 factions with each age up. And depending on which faction you go with the age up, they give you a different unit. So let's say Canada went with a British Canadian politician instead of a French Canadian one, which these guys are. He would have gone Foot Guard Grenadiers instead of Troupeau Marines. So, in the case of age 3, he will be getting the Fencible Skirmisher, since he's going with the Brits. If he went with one of the French guys, he would be getting the Metis Rebel. Bit of a difference, Fencibles have extra range, and they have multipliers against artillery. Whereas the Metis Rebels have shorter range than average, but they do a lot more damage, and they have better hand attack, and better pierce armor too. So they actually have like some really good pierce armor. And they also cause food and wood instead of gold. So if gold is being contested on the map, Metis Rebels can act as a trash unit, a very mid to late game trash unit that can really do well in the anti-infantry role. So yeah. Also remember, Canada does have all those log cabins that trickle wood for their population. So Metis Rebels can always typically be the best option for you, but if you are looking for something a bit longer range and has the potential to fight a cannon, defensible would be the preferred choice then. And so, gonna get the Varen upgrade on the Troupeau Marines, as well as the Militia. Yep. And it's starting production of Fencibles right now, whereas Zelda, going for a mass of Conscriptos, without any upgrades. Saguai is in age 3 now, and he is going to age 4. He's going for Industrial Age, the second Italian wave. Very nice. He also just sent his important card here, Cimarrones. So you might be thinking about the Mexico card, Cimarrones. So the one Argentina gets is very different because what it does, it gives you another pasture wagon. So you can make another pasture. And it sets it up so the pastures will produce cows for free 33.4% faster. So it's like really critical for Argentine convertible economy to get that card. So now we'll see a big food buff by Saguai. case. Now, I think in this situation what's happened is Verde's conscriptos are sort of like the meat shield and distraction, whereas most of these skirmish units in the back are doing the real job of cleaning this up. Yeah, no, Fencibles, Militia, and Troopers all combined are going to be a really good combo of stuff. Not only will they be able to counter all the infantry, but the Fencibles will also counter the artillery too, so I think Hoseby is doing a good job with his unit choices here, to be frank. I just wonder what Sagawai's got planned for H4. He can go with full battalions of Italian immigrant units now, so if you want to get full batches of Tyrant Millions in the biggest mass, you can actually go for those and utilize them to their fullest capacity and size.
Oui. Prêt.
Some more Fencibles coming in, very good. Now, this is interesting. He's got the Team 15 Wool Sheep card. That's a card we don't see a lot of. Basically, it'll give everybody about 15 wool sheep that they can shear coin off of and generate it from. So that should be quite good, actually, yeah. Wow, look at all the ranged infantry taking the cab out. Not bad.
Votre ordre. Oui. À l'attaque. Votre ordre. Chargez.
Looks like Dutch is definitely being pushed pretty hard here, so I don't know what Nathan's going to try. He's got to do something. Is he trying to go Industrial Age? Might be. He's going to try going for a stable. Yeah, I think what he might be doing is trying to get to Industrial Age so he can make his ultimate units. Because every Civ in Wars of Liberty has a special unit called an ultimate unit, and it's like their most special elite unit that you can make. And I think in this situation, Dutch wants to go to Industrial Age because they're the only Civ that gets about 3 ultimate units. So they get the Indonesian one, they get the African one, and then they get the Dutch one. So yeah, that might be what he's going for here to try to beat back all that cavalry. Particularly the Indonesian and the Dutch one can be really good against all that stuff because of the fact that they're cavalry. Training Hussar and Ship and 8 Skirm, I see. Quite good. Sakurai is producing some more Patricios and also Artisanals right now. However, the tempo I feel like is definitely in the favor of Hosevi's team, because look at all the infantry that Hosevi has. This is something you would call in either like a card-based game or an RTS game. I think it would be called tempo on the field. Yeah, basically Hosevi and Zelda have built a good amount of tempo to the point that you know, they got way too much infantry there, and it's going to take a pretty big ball of stuff to try to compete with it. And I don't see either of these guys, like, queuing up enough stuff to be able to fight, and yep, they just quit. Absolutely. Like, there's not much they could do there, honestly. You know, once it gets to that point where your opponent has, like, 100 or so population and military, and you have, like, 20, it's not looking too good, man. Not good at all. So, I can totally understand that situation 100%, truthfully. Yeah, now we're going to look for the third game. Let me see what it's called. We have to scroll, see what it is. Looking right here. Nice. Goemon versus Nathan as usual. That's the good type of usual, though. I like that type of usual. Let's see what they have for us there. Another record game 1! Yay! Yay! Somebody doesn't name their records anything. Record game 25, right? Let's give that a go. It's a 25 for sure, or is it... just making sure. Making sure it's the right one. There we go. So, gommuistan and Nathan have some pretty interesting 1v1s, so we'll see how this goes. Gommuistan is the higher seeded opponent, so it does force Nathan to think of some stuff. Oh, we're on Honshu today. Honshu. Very cool map. So, basically on Honshu, if you've never played on this map before, you start with two fishing boats, right? And you start with a wagon of some kind to build a dock with. So this map totally encourages you to go with fish economy. It looks like Nathan is gone with the Lakota, and gommuistan is gone with the Dutch. So we got a Dutch versus Lakota. This is far from normal, though. I mean, obviously, if you're watching this as part of the PK tournament, the Dutch would be a totally different opponent. But in this case, Dutch is going to operate a lot differently, right? They don't have to worry about banks at all. All they have to worry about is making sure that their vills are on the right resources, right? Keeping the coin vills on the coin, keeping the food vills on the food, and keeping the wood ones on the wood for most maximum resource production. Because again, the villagers on their preferred resources will gather them 30% faster with this sieve. So the mining rate for slave villagers with the little yellow ring around them is going to be 30% better. The food villagers will be 30% better on berries and mills, and then the wood villagers here will be good on wood 30% faster. So just put them where they belong, and it really rewards you quite well, I would say. Let's check the decks out, by the way, too. So, 3 Vills, Naturalist Expedition, Great Hunter. I think this deck is fine for Wars of Liberty. Obviously, if this was a Definitive Edition deck, it'd be totally different, but we don't have all those fancy cards from Definitive Edition and Wars of Liberty. This is more or less like an Asian Diocese Lakota Civ. Yeah, so pretty much he has all 3 of the hunting cards. He has the Infinite Bison cards, so that's good. Yeah, that's something they added to Wars of Liberty that they have in Definitive Edition is the Infinite Bison cards. In the Asian Diocese, you don't have that, so eventually you do run out of food and you go super hungry and stuff. But thankfully here you got infinite access to bison, which really helps you out. Also, what has he got in terms of archer, clubman, axe, Takala? Not bad. Where's Dutch? This looks like a pretty standard Dutch, honestly. Yeah. Got your crates, Sudrige, Mobiel, Flanker, Grenadier. This is a card you can send if you run into a lot of Grenadier type units or Siege Troopers, Shore Leave. It allows you to basically train Marines from the barracks and upgrade them there too. Because typically in Wars of Liberty, naval infantry like the Marines and so forth are only trainable from boats, with some exceptions like the Troupe DR Marine that can be made at the barracks and stuff like that. But outside of those rare exceptions, most naval infantry can only be trained in ships on water. But this card allows you to actually make them on land in the barracks like normal units and then get their military upgrades there too. So, yeah, if you ever run into like artillery or siege trooper problems, go with Shore Leave and you can counter that pretty well. Best thing it can be used against, obviously, is Grenadiers. So if you got like an Austria-Hungary or any civ that's rushing you with Grenadiers, this can be a game changer sometimes for you because they have the multipliers against the siege troopers that you're looking for. It looks like for gommuistan, he goes 8 settlers, about 5 slaves, and about 4 Japanese laborers for his build order. Not including the ships, obviously, so he is going to also add a fishing boat on here too since he does have the dock available. I would imagine with Dutch, since you're getting a ton of wood with these Japanese laborers, you can actually eke out a few extra fishing boats too, which I think is quite a good advantage, yeah. Whereas Nathan actually has to go out of his way a little bit more to chop that wood, I think, yeah. Picking up hunting dogs, that's definitely something you want to pick up at this stage as Lakota. Shipping in the axe riders first for the raiding potential, I like it. Doing more fishing boats, more villagers. How about Dutch? Dutch going up with the Statesman. Oh, the Statesman's always a good age up. Basically, the Statesman is the same as the Governor. So, gives you 200 gold and then gives you an outpost. Pretty reasonable option, actually. Because it does give gommuistan a bit of defense against the axe riders, because the tower will provide a bit of range cover against that, which is good, and give these villagers a chance to garrison too into that tower, which is going to be a little bit closer than the TC. Training more flankers, as well as shipping them in. So going for flanker start, that's usually the best thing to go for with Dutch. You should probably like 80% of the time open with flankers as Dutch. And then if you need a bit of anti-infantry later, you can either pivot into Hussar or Grenadier too to synergize with it. Yeah, and then again, in that rare instance where Grenadier spamming is a problem, or something else that has the Siege Trooper tag or Artillery tag, just go Shore Leave and start making Marines then. Yeah, unfortunately Dutch don't get like regular pikes or crossbows, so they're really shoved towards going with the flank wars for the most part. Yeah, it's really what they do there. Gonna pick up 700 coin, going for a Fortress Age. Yep, typically, if you're Dutch, best move, try to go for a fast industrial. That way you can leverage their ultimate units. And the ultimate units obviously are going to have really good, unique, powerful stats. And they start out with the guard upgrades, Shadow Tech into them since they're H4 units. So yeah, that's another good thing. You don't have to worry about paying upgrade costs until you need them in the Imperial Age. So that's good. Lots of lasting value as a result. All he really needs right now is just enough defense to make sure he doesn't die here. So the amount of flank wars he's got should be enough, even though he is going to tap on a little bit more with his excess gold and food just so he can defend easy. Alright, he's going to go up page 3 now.
Commando?
Going with the Merchant Captain. Interesting. I believe the Merchant Captain will give him wood and give him an aviso on the water. That should allow gommuistan to actually pressure water and attack Nathan's fishing boats. Yeah, so that's actually a really good tactic there, honestly. Going for the free boat. That being said, he does have to be careful with the Native American civ because, again, Native American civs can just spam canoes at you because they're very cheap and affordable. So, yeah, you gotta make it work, though. You can't afford to have all those canoes, like, launching onto you, all their arrows and everything. Nathan doubles up his docks on the water. Look at that. He's got 2 docks now. He's got one up here and he's got one down here. One really cool thing that Wars of Liberty did is they actually updated the icon here for the dock so that the Native American ones actually shows a canoe and sort of like a wooden anchor instead of the European looking design, which looks more like this with the fish and the iron anchor on it, which is more European looking. Shipping in some war clubs too, so going C-Tan Bowman with war clubs. And here comes the canoes, by the way, so he's going to add some canoes in as well. Canoes is always a good thing to add as the natives because canoes can also gather from fishing whales. Plus, unlike the fishing boats, they don't cost any population space. They actually just have a build limit, so yeah, it's pretty much free economy during peacetime, and then during wartime, obviously, they're going to be the primary boat you're going to use to attack the enemy with en masse. We see gommuistan moving out with his aviso right now, looking to do some damage, it seems like, yep.
Yeah?
Yeah?
This ain't good. Look at how Nathan's moving towards the aviso there. This is going to give gommuistan a bit of a chance to maybe wipe 1 or 2 of these boats out if he's careful. Does he know that they're there? Or nope, he doesn't actually. Fortunately, the fog of war and black map hasn't been revealed there at all. Here comes the flankers here. Very good. Should be able to take that canoe out, right? Very nice.
Claire. Commando.
More bowmen. Here comes some more canoes. Shipping about 6 archers. Very nice. Trying to figure out. I think gommuistan's in the better shape because he's an age 3 now. And now he's bringing in about 1,000 wood. That's very good. Because he knows his opponent is doing archers now, he cannot afford to not do no military and just go to industrialize. He does have to build a little bit of defense. And he's going to do that by going now skirmisher, hussar. Hussars for the archers, and then skirmishers for the war clubs. Also picking up the circular saw. Now, once you pick up circular saw, these Javanese laborers are going to go through the roof in terms of gather rate, because again, their base gather rate is 30% faster than the average, so their wood chopping rate's going to go through the roof once they're on this wood resource, yeah. Oh man, loses a settler. He lost 2 settlers, 2 billies, 2 dead billies there. Nathan did a bit of damage, not bad. Looks like gommuistan's going to pursue him, though, with flankers. Right now. Yeah, that's the problem, though, with flankers. They have a movement speed of about 4.5 at base, and then you can add the shooter age to get it up to 5. So they can chase down infantry, you know. It's not as easy to kite them as other units. They can actually fight back somewhat, similar to the Ashigaras of Japan. Ooh, using trample on the... Look at the trample attack of those hussars there. Very good. So, one thing that I need to tell you about Wars of Liberty is... when you use trample attack in Wars of Liberty, the cavalry will not lose any hit points from doing the trample attack. So, trample attack can only help you if you use it right. So yeah, there's no risk involved in using trample with the cavalry in this game. It really just gives you the benefit without much of the punishment. If that's all I'm saying, yeah. Basically. So basically trample attack is totally up for business when you're playing this game. Whereas in Legacy Definitive Edition, you had to only use trample attack when you really needed it or thought it was going to be useful. Yeah. Look at all the canoes, though, by the native, the Lakota. It's forcing gommuistan to make avisos to fight them, these light ships. But, oh no, watch out, watch out. You gotta get your boats together, man, to fight these. Because if you're not, the canoes are just gonna swarm you like crazy. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful of those boats up there. But only engage once all the avisos are there. And then you can take them out, yeah. Because if you hit them as 3, it makes things go a lot better. Also, try to micro goods so they're not idling too much, because if you start losing these boats, really it's going to hurt. Okay, so Nathan is attacking the right Aviso, it looks like. Try to always take out the weaker one first, and then you can deal with it. Okay, so I think this Aviso should be fine, right? Effectively now, gommuistan runs the water, and now we can press the natives' naval advantage. And we'll see if Nathan ends up... Okay, so he is going to respond with his own canoes, though. So he's got 4. He's got at least 6 more of them queued up. I think by the time these avisos get there, he should be able to fend them off, though. Because it's only 2 light ships, right? Nothing too wacky. But over here, it looks like Nathan is mostly just spamming C-Tan Bowman. And he has like a few war clubs here, about 5 of them. So, and he's going to add more in too. He's going to add in more war clubs so he can deal with the hussars, because he knows there's hussars there now. Any more Navy on here, or just those 2 light ships? Because I feel like Nathan's going to win the water battle, because he's just got so many canoes there ready to go. Especially since this light ship is already battered as much as it is. Okay, so is gommuistan just going to attack his docks, or what? He's like completely letting his canoes go up there and attack him. Looks like, yep. Alright, so you still got 8 skirm, 5 hussar, you got your grenadier card. So it looks like that's just not out of cards just yet, which is great.
Ik voel me nu wat sterker.
Have all the archers on the flankers and let the war clubs deal with the hussars. Seems like Nathan's doing okay. But you gotta watch out. Don't let them get distracted by the explorer, though. Yeah, no, that would be bad. If I get those war clubs where they need to be, the best results. There you go, okay. Looks like he's getting beaten back, though, so he has to be a little bit careful there. Yeah. Absolutely. Retreat, retreat. Yeah, see now, gommuistan's getting the numbers on him, so now he has to be super duper careful. I would back up even more. Let the war huts do the work for you, you know. Let those archers stay safe, get their numbers up, and then respond against the flankers. Yeah, that's what I would do if it was me. Same stuff right there, big time. Up, back up, kite, kite, kite. Yeah, the longer Nathan can keep him in this area, the more his town center and his war huts are going to eat up his troops. So it kind of benefits him to... oh, no, no, no. He's got bills there. That's not good. That's horrible. That's horrible. He's using a fire pit, right? Yep, he's using a fire pit. That's good. Wait. He's got his dog soldiers on the hussars. Should be okay for now, but notice how he's using the flankers to target the cavalry first, so he can grind those down, because he really doesn't want them on his infantry. More war clubs. Yep, looks like gommuistan is taking the win here. Yep, seems to hold an advantage. Nathan is running low on resources too, so I don't know, why is he doing war clubs against flankers? Is he like just sleepy or something? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. And he's making another war out. It's like, okay, that's normal. It's totally normal. Yeah, I think he was just getting overwhelmed there in his position. So, yeah, good battle though. I mean, I think Nathan had the right idea, but the problem is that in Wars of Liberty, the C-Tan Bowman War Club comp is not that good. Yeah, no, you gotta be careful in Wars of Liberty going War Club C-Tan, because you don't have all those fancy cards and better balance on them in the D he has, so that might have just cost him right there, I think, unfortunately. Yeah, alright, so let's go to record game 2 now. See what that one is. Record game 2. Should be number 10, right? This one. Alright, so Nathan this time is playing Germany. And gommuistan is doing the Austro-Hungarians. So we got Austria-Hungary versus Germany. Two Germanys against each other. Southern Germany and Northern Germany. Not really, not really. I think I saw a clip of that before with Hall Live where Kiara got super salty when somebody compared Austria to Germany. She's like, no, it's not the same. Like that. And I was like, oh, wow. There really is a difference. But, yeah, no, Austria-Hungary versus Germany. This is kind of a fascinating matchup. What I could compare it to you would be British versus Germans in the Definitive Edition game. Because in this situation, Austria-Hungary has a good number of the bonuses that vanilla Germany does, whereas Germans in this game has most of the bonuses that vanilla British does. So on the German side of the situation, you got these houses right here called Maitskasernes. The Maitskasernes give you a free villager when you build them. So literally just manor houses. Literally just manor houses, yeah. As soon as that house comes up, you're going to see a free villager show up. Yeah, so really, you got to change your whole conception of Germany when you play as them in Wars of Liberty. They're really just the Brits, you know. They get the manor boom. They also get a similar military because these Germans don't have Doppelcylinders. They don't have war wagons. They actually have just musketeers. They got line infantry. They got hussars, so they don't even have Uhlans anymore. They got normal dragoons, normal skirms. They do get early units, so they do get a spear and sort of a crossbowman equivalent, so they do get that. But yeah, no, majority of the way you're going to play Germany is going to be musket hussar. But they do have the dragoon and the heavy cavalry option, so you can get the cuirassiers as well. I never mentioned that at all, but cuirassiers, you know, the wonderful French cavalry that has splash attack, that's a common unit for Europeans in this game. So Germany gets them, France gets them, Spanish gets them, Danish gets them, Italy gets them, quite a few civs get them. So yeah, big time. And then even civs that don't get them directly get some sort of equivalent of them, like the Swedes and so forth. So yeah, quite fascinating. So yeah, this should be quite nice. I think in the old game this is called the Indochina map, but I think they renamed it for Wars of Liberty to something new. Yeah. And going back to Austria-Hungary, of course, Austria-Hungary has a good number of the vanilla German bonuses, including stronger villager cards. So they actually get an infinite 3 settler card in age 1. If you can believe that. That's pretty good. And then in age 2, They get a 6 settler card instead of a 5 settler one. So, yep. The German cards are a little bit... The Austro-Hungarian cards are a little bit stronger. And then, of course, the other cards will give you free Hussars. So instead of giving you like 2 free Uhlans, you'll just get 1 free Hussar. Yeah, that's sort of the way the balance works. So in Age 2, your cards will give you like 1 Hussar. In Age 3, you'll get 2 Hussars. Then in Age 4, you'll get 3 Hussars. So initially it looks pretty shrimpy because you only get like 1 hand cav unit. But as time goes on, things are looking a lot nicer because then your... cards start to deliver a lot more units, and then on top of that you're having like basically like an Age 2 Hussar shipment on top of that, so it's like a really good wombo combo of stuff there. Yeah. So where's he gonna age up? He's gonna age up with the Arzen. Arzen gives you about 400 wood, so it's about the same as Quartermaster, whereas the Germans gonna go with the Clergyman. The Clergyman is a new politician. It gives you crates of food and a church. The church is actually pretty substantial since, just like the Definitive Edition, churches in Wars of Liberty do trickle XP to you. So, churches can be quite influential and powerful here. Yeah. Then you'll have a bit of food crates as well to help gather that. So that's quite good. Looks like hunting dogs is just coming right now for the Germans as well, so they got some pretty good food there. Basically, when it comes to build order, you kind of just want to play Germany like you would the Brits. You know, trying to get as many of the houses as possible for the free bills. Getting a market and going for gang saw and hunting dogs early on. Basically just that. Yeah. 700 wood just came in now too. And very similar to the 5th edition, you can actually go 700 wood followed by 600 wood. It's a viable play. And then you'll always start out with barracks, so you can make your line infantry. Yeah. You don't get, unfortunately, don't get like an equivalent to longbowmen as the Germans, so 90% of the time you're going to be going line infantry alone. And then tacking on a stable hussar later. It's very rare that you're actually going to want to go with their volunteers and their special pikemen, the Froschelei, because honestly, they don't do very well on paper. No. You really just want to go musket spam and just overwhelm your opponents, just like you would do in the Definitive Edition as British. He doesn't have any coin though, so he is unable to train stuff right now, which is a little concerning. It's going to go with hussars first. That's a little bit strange, because typically you'd want to go 700 wood followed by 600 wood, and you would often have enough coin to at least start the queue of line infantry so you can begin pushing. So that's a little bit strange. That's a little bit odd.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see what ends up happening here on this side. Starts attacking the animal. Very nice. Here comes the volunteers. Here comes the hussars. Gommuistan gonna open up with Grenadier, it looks like. That's one of the options you get is Austria-Hungary. You can go line infantry, Grenadier, or Hussar. Yeah, no, their Age 2 is not very trash unit friendly. Nah, you basically have to go with all the food and gold units as Austria-Hungary because they don't have pikemen, they don't have early skirms. Leaves you in a bit of a bind until you get to Age 3 when you can make cuirassiers, dragoons, and skirmishers, yeah. So he does get a few villagers down in that first raid there. Look at that. Kind of scary. I did not expect him to get like 2 vills that easily. it definitely shows you that Nathan might end up losing his Ville economy advantage very early on here if he's not careful. Yeah. It's like Nathan is adding volunteers, so he's going the skirmisher route. You can totally do that. And he's backing it up with the 3 Hussar shipment. Whereas gommuistan, Goimi's going to keep going Grenadier. And now he's sending the Laudamerian Free Cossacks, the Flekosekans. These are basically just renamed Hajusi, so early game skirmishers. Yeah, gives you about 10 of them actually, so it's a pretty hefty shipment. So you get about 10 of the Hajuks with a huge stack of Grenadiers. You'll definitely beat out the infantry, but against those 3 Hussars, you're going to have to be a little bit careful. I think it can still be done. It can still be done. Because here's the thing, Grenadiers in this game are still classified as heavy infantry, so they don't have any sort of malice against cavalry except for their grenade throw. Yeah, I should mention that here. Majority of Grenadiers in this game in Wars of Liberty, they are classified as Western style Grenadiers, which means they have a charge grenade throw, so they'll throw a grenade, and then once the charge attack is done, they'll use their musket to fight for like 60 seconds, and then they'll throw another grenade again. So they're basically just musketeers. They're geared towards anti-infantry instead of anti-cavalry. It's kind of good because they're dealing like full damage to whatever cav they're fighting. But yeah, no, you definitely gotta make sure that the grenade throws don't hit the cavalry, they go into the infantry, because there actually is a difference. You get about a 1.25 multiplier against infantry with these grenades, so that's really your best target, of course. But if you do have to throw them into the cavalry, it's just going to be a little bit more nerfed and weak, just so you know, yeah. And here comes the hunter villager right there. This hunter can gather from huntables and trees. He can also gather from, wait a minute, why didn't you grab your villager? Grab your villager, please. Use them. You can also gather from fish, too, interestingly enough. So you have fish, like, right up against the shoreline or something, which is kind of rare. You can actually gather from that as well, which is pretty cool. Definitely. It's like an older villager, pretty much. Yeah. At this stage, these Grenadiers, for the most part, well, it seems like some of them have regained their abilities, so they're throwing them into the Hussars right now. Nathan going so heavy on Hussar here is quite a good advantage, and it means he should be able to beat these Grenadiers and Skirms. Yeah. It's gonna force gommuistan on the line infantry, honestly, yeah. So, good for Nathan. This is a good idea. It does look like, though, since gommuistan has so many Grenadiers on the field, he is actually able to hold them off. It just shows you how versatile Grenadiers can be. Now, you should never use Grenadiers to fight cavalry, but if you do have to hold the line against them, they're more capable than skirmishers at doing it, because at least they deal full damage, right? They're dealing like a full 15 hand attack against cavalry, so in mass, they can fight cavalry, but it's not ideal. It's not pretty. That's what I'm saying. And then their range attack, of course, is going to be full against cavalry, full 20 damage. And if they have a pierce armor, obviously it's going to be a little bit less, so really, against a Hussar, Grenadiers are really doing about, I think, like 18 damage per shot, which is not bad. Not bad at all, especially if you mass them up. But yeah, no, it looks like gommuistan got the memo, and he is starting to add in line infantry. That's good. At least we'll have some anti-cavalry to deal with the Hussar threat.
Yeah.
Yep, I would back up here. Yep, exactly. Also, gommuistan doing his own hussars now. I think in this situation, it really comes down to the hussar fight. Right now, gommuistan is running a few hussars right into his infantry. Other ones are engaging with the enemy hussars. It looks like Nathan's hussars are winning, or... No, it looks like gommuistan's hussars actually win here. He also made some immortals, too. So these were actually a Peruvian mercenary of a unit that used to be called the Moro Chuco. And really what he's doing is he decided to put them in hand attack and use them to help snare the German units. That's pretty scary. Oh yeah, absolutely. Do note, since they're a Dragoon unit, they do really good damage against hussars in melee. Yeah, only melee. Yeah, that's how Dragoons work in this game. So, against assault units, they have both range and melee multipliers against them. But for scout units like the Hussar, Dragoons only deal multipliers in melee against them. In range, they're kind of useless against them. But in melee, they can fend them off, you know? So, you should typically try to fight Hussar-type units with Dragoons in melee to get the most of it. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste, yeah. And another cool thing about these guys, the Immortals, is they can actually be used to hunt animals too. So once you're done fighting, you can actually take them up here and look for a hunt of some kind. And hunt them. See that? You got the hunt icon with them. So that's really cool. Because they can add it on as like a villager almost. Alright, so Hussars are right on top of the bills right now, raiding them like crazy. Still has a lot of Hussars there. I mean, I would be worried for Nathan right now just because that Hussar mass is still a huge threat there. You're going to have to, like, handle this very, very carefully. Yeah. Beats all the Hussars, but not the infantry. Oh, wait a minute. No, he has a Hussar right there, but the TC should be able to handle it, right? Yep, looks like gommuistan did end up getting the better of him there. Yeah. There was a tight match, though. I mean, honestly, trying to think. Well, here's the thing. I think if Nathan got out of the gate a lot sooner doing line infantry, played like the Brits, he probably could have done something a bit better there, but yeah, because all he really needed to do was have the hussars there to soak up the grenade throws, and then he could have just spammed a ton of line infantry. And the line infantry will beat, I think they'll beat grenadiers one-on-one because they'll do a bit more damage and have a bit more HP, but yeah, and of course once the hussars get onto them, then of course they'll deal with them good, so yeah, pretty much. Let me try to get the next game now.
Me escabullo. Atento. Marcha. Me escabullo.
Prêt. Votre ordre, très bien.
Sí, preparado.
En marcha.
Alright, here we are, back again. Looking at Chile versus Paraguay right now. And we just noticed Nathan making some outlaws called the Yoyis. Would that be Yui or what? Because double L in Latin in Juanito talk means like a Y sound and things, so it's Yui or something. Basically, these guys are musketeers, but they have multipliers against mercenaries and natives as well. Yeah. So, overall, I mean, statistically on their own, they're pretty good. But, yeah, I mean, look at the hand attack. So the hand attack is kind of on the wimpier side, I would say, against cavalry. But in terms of range attack... Oh, wait a second. This musket has 50% against pierce arm. Whoa. 50% pierce armor on these muskets. These outlaw ones. That's pretty good, actually. That's not bad at all. I mean, in all frankness, basically, makes them better against infantry, you know? Might be a little bit worse against cavalry, but against infantry, they're actually going to be a lot better. And I don't think he's upgraded them yet either, right? They start out with about 20 range attack. It's fine. It's alright. I mean, I think in some situations we're obviously going to dominate pretty good. The only thing you have to be aware of course, is the fact that they're a 2-pop musketeer because they're an outlaw version, so absolutely be careful of that, for sure. So, it looks like he went both German immigrants and Arab immigrants, so he's got a little bit of each. He's going to send in breweries right now. This gives him access to 3 coin works that can trickle him some coin. So they're like little mini factories, pretty much. Gommuistan Civ, though, Paraguay. This is the civ where the works buildings come from. Works buildings are basically mini factories that cost population, so they're sort of included in your villager economy because you can build so many of them. They have like a gold one here, like Ramon's Forges. You got a food one like Martin's CO. Then you have wood ones like El Rey's Architects. And they all trickle food, wood, or gold respectively. And then your ultimate building here, which you can ship from the home city, is the Heavy Works, or the Iron Works. And this one produces artillery. In the case of the Paraguayans, it's going to be Cohete rockets. They're like a very low pop and low costing rocket unit, but overall they are quite good because they got some okay range, right? The range is pretty good, 28 range. They get to do about 75 crush, and then they have some good splash. They have like about 5 splash attack, so yeah, they're good. They're really good in particular for nuking enemy artillery and buildings, but they can be good in some situations against infantry too. Just want to avoid running them at cavalry though. That's where they sort of not do so good. And you might be wondering, why are they good against artillery if they have a malice against them? Well, it's because in mass they can use their range and like target artillery in specific spots and like actually hit them pretty easily. Yeah. I think overall the other good thing about these rockets too is while they do move a bit slower, they don't have to go between bombard mode and limber mode. They sort of are constantly moving at this movement speed all the time and can thus, you know, be a little bit more microable, I think. You know, with like a British rocket, you have to like put it in bombard mode, move it, bombard mode, move it. These Paraguayan artillery can just constantly keep moving where they are and just keep rolling around, yeah. It's quite good. Kind of similar to the artisanal cans. You know, those ones too are very mobile as well. Adding in some Pardos. These are Latin American spearmen, so these are going to be good against cavalry. Got some Legionnaires. These are one of the other immigrant troops you can make from the French immigrants. They're sort of a... kind of like a rifle rider almost. So they have like multipliers against both heavy infantry and cavalry. So they can counter multiple things. Yeah. But they surprisingly have no multipliers against artillery though. So if you're looking for an anti-artillery thing, don't get these guys. They're good against mainly assault units and heavy infantry. You can use them in melee to fight scout units too, but yeah, no. Overall, they're pretty good. I mean, they're pretty statistically good. I mean, also the damage output they do is quite solid, so even if they are fighting like a skirmisher, they're bound to sometimes take those out as well. But let's see if Nathan's outlaw army does really good here. And he's gonna make Savicos now too. Savicos are the standard musketeer that Chile gets. Pretty much they have these sort of stats, so their hand attack is better, but their range attack is worse. But then they get a special hand attack mode called the Chuplica di Diablo, where they go from countering cavalry to countering infantry, and then they gain an infantry multiplier. So yeah, kind of an interesting unit. It can either be used in an anti-cavalry setting, or it can be used against infantry in an anti-infantry setting, depending on which one you want. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then looks like to counter the artillery, he's going to go for the group steel cannons from the German immigrants. Yep, that one. Basically, these cannons are a hybrid between a mortar and a culverin. So they got multipliers against artillery, and they have multipliers against buildings. So they're really good for obliterating buildings and artillery alike. What is he doing with the Civic? What is he doing with these? This is like some bad formation there. Like, he should have like pushed through a little bit farther. You know what I mean? The way he's going about, it's a little bit odd, I'm gonna say. Yeah. How many rockets left? 2 of them? Yeah, you're gonna want to get these now as well. Oh wow, took out the outlaw there, very nice. Take this one out too. Alright, all the artillery's gone with the help of the group steels here. Very good. One thing I did mention about Chile during the stream is the fact that the Chilean villagers actually get improved gather rate from technologies at a better rate. So, let's say you get hunting dogs, and it improves the villager by 10%. For the Chilean villagers, it actually boosts them up by 15%. So they're actually improved 50% better by economic techs, but as a trade-off, they actually incur extra resources when you research market techs, as well as any eco techs, because look at right here, you see a wood cost add to the unit, a gold cost add to the unit, and then food costs. So the more eco techs you research for your villagers here, the rotos, the more expensive they become to train more of them. And of course, if you lose them in raiding, then you get punished really hard having to retrain the things again. So it's really about timing your ecotechs properly when you know your villas are going to be safe. And just going along for the ride, having all those extra resources coming in from them. And then as a side note, another weird little bonus Chile gets, every card they send comes with a free resource crate of 100 resources or something. For this one, it gives you 100 wood. Some of them will give you a crate of 100 food. Some will give you a crate of 100 gold. Some of them will even give you a crate of 100 XP too. So, yeah. Chile's got some interesting side perks with economy. Looks like now he's building his ultimate building, the Sada Tierra. The Sada Tierra is a special structure that produces crates for free over time, right? And it also is where you make your ultimate unit, the Caleta Bandita, basically a Chilean war wagon. Yeah, so you can make Chilean war wagons with the building and you get free crates over time from it. So it's a pretty good building to have if you're Chile. It also includes techs to improve your crates as well. So there's a tech there to make the crates produce faster from the, building. There's a tech that allows you to gather from the crates faster itself across the board, and then there's one that makes crates include more resources. So overall, it benefits you in all aspects of your play, pretty much. You just add to food, it looks like. But yeah, it looks like right now gommuistan's overwhelming him with handcuff. And shooting him in the back with las Juanitas muy bonitas, las vivendelas. It's the Juanitas bonitas right there. Very good. Beautiful. Comes a Ford right now.
Sí.
Put the Ford in the forward position there so you can defend against Paraguay. The only risk you have here is the fact that gommuistan already has this Cojete rocket there, and he can theoretically snipe at this Ford if he sees it. Does he notice it now, or no? Okay, so he is going to discover it now. I'm so concerned that he's going to see this Ford here, and then, yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Because right now he's in a position where he doesn't know there's a fort being built right now, but as soon as he sees that fort, he has his rockets right at the ready there to just go boom and just wipe it out. The fort right now is about halfway through, it looks like. Alright, so he's going to fight his stuff now. Notice how he chooses to fight the units and let the fort go up. Kind of an interesting trick. He does shoot a few rockets into the fort, though. Fort is done. Alright, so Nathan now has that advantage. However, look at all the cavalry here just overrunning his position with the Yordas. Yeah. I'm honestly going to want Sabikos too, because the Sabikos will hold off the cap a little bit better with their barrel multipliers. Because the Sabikos have anti-cap multipliers similar to a pikeman, whereas the Yordas actually have the below average one. Yeah. You gotta definitely consider that arithmetic when you're making those troops. Oh, he's got the Batallo de Diablos. So these are a German immigrant battalion you can make. They're essentially Ulans, so they're very low in HP, but they have high attack. Quite a good unit. Oh, but he loses the fort though, sadly. That's not good. Lost the fort right there. Takes out this Cojete though. Yeah, also, why does Nathan have like no gold? He's literally Chile. He should have like some established coin eco at this stage. It's kind of weird to watch. Oh yeah, now Chile should really never be struggling for resources at a certain point. How much rotas is he on? He's on about 39. Yeah, now how many ecotechs do you have here? He's got Casa de Moneda, he's got the fridge. So at least got something, right? Yeah, I would go for more of them personally. Because there's a certain threshold where if you can get plantations and mills, you probably should get plantations and mills and start stacking the eco cards with Chile, because they're going to benefit the bills 50% better than they normally would on a regular villager. So you can grow very quickly in eco if you just know how to leverage that as Chile very easily. He doesn't have the horses either. He doesn't have the horse card in age 1 that allows him to train horses from mills and like keep a mill stack with horses. That's not good because the horses actually gather food better than regular villagers. So that's one eco aspect that Nathan unfortunately neglected. He has decided to swap his Salatiera onto gold because he really clearly needs the coin crates right now, so very imperative he gets that. He's going to be training Savicos and sending in another battalion of Batallo do Diabo Ulans and starting to train up the Caleta Blandedas too, so these Chilean war wagons. They got exactly the same stats as the German war wagons, so just really good against cavalry there, pretty much, yeah. Quite good against cavalry.
Uy, uy.
Ya.
Diga, mi gancho.
Auftrag.
Yeah. Oh, no. Why? Why are you putting the Ulans through this? Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, senor? What's up? You understand that that's where the... Oh, no. He wasted two shipments worth of units for that? Oh, I can't accept that. That's intolerable, man. You can't be wasting units like that. It's just too bad. Ugh. Absolutely. I just did not understand the logic there at all. No. That's, trying to see it. So these are still age 3 upgrade units, right? He has not upgraded his guard yet, right? But he's starting to get enough coin that he can start researching guard stuff. So what would he get first? I would assume he would go for the guard, royal guard, escopeteros, petirais. Yeah, no, that's what I would assume he would go for there. No, these are the petirais. They're called the petaias, yeah. Yep, I don't know, man. GG. I don't know, son. I don't know. That one had me a bit baffled. He made some questionable decisions there, and I was like, okay, this is something I clearly wouldn't do. If I was in the hot seat, I wouldn't be doing that. But hey, he decided to do it anyway. So, So what recordings are we on now? Honestly, let's see which one we're on now. Let's see. gommuistan versus Nathan 1, 2, and 3. Those are new Rex, right? Yep, so those are new ones. Alright, so we'll look at those ones now. And then we'll move on to the Zelda Verde ones, which is like a ton of them. Did 4 matches against Nathan, I guess, so those are worth checking out. So let's see, gommuistan versus Nathan 1. gommuistan versus Nathan. Where are you? This one. Beautiful. Alright, so we got Nathan as Austria-Hungary. And then we got gommuistan as Haiti. So Haiti versus Austria-Hungary. This is a matchup back in the old days, like around the time that Austria-Hungary was first released as a civ. Austria-Hungary really did a lot of painful things to Haiti because they were able to do these really nasty, gnarly grenadier spams with flying infantry, and you just were unable to deal with them. But nowadays, now that grenadiers have sort of been controlled and regulated in stats, I feel like it's a much more even playing field. Yeah. I think this is Missouri Crossing, this map, by the way, Missouri Crossing. It's a non-competitive map because it's super huge. And what's cool about this map is you get these really cool ridges that develop where you sort of walk over here and then you can walk all the way down here. And you can actually plop artillery all along this thing and like protect your area. It's like really cool. Gives you really a good amount of like map control and defense against encroaching enemies. And if you've seen some of my games against Viringo, you would know that Viringo actually will put his artillery up on those ridges and use it against people. So it's actually a real concern, yeah, big time. Now right away, gommuistan picks up a market, conceivably to get hunting dogs from that. Nathan, though, just going villagers right now. Got to see deck-wise what the Austria-Hungary's going with, but I would most certainly expect a lot of standard stuff in there. But there are a few interesting includes in the deck he can do that I'm going to be kind of fascinated with. See, one card I suggest if you're playing Austria-Hungary that I don't see enough of is the Bombardment of Prague. Because what that does, it increases the area of effect of mortars. It actually turns mortars into a real serious threat. Because the mortars will actually not only damage buildings in a large arc, it will actually destroy units too. Because here's the thing. The only reason mortars are bad against units is because they literally can't target them, right? Yeah, no. So basically, if you add a lot of splash onto a mortar, and they just so happen to shoot at a house, but the infantry is nearby, mortars will like nuke infantry, like destroy them even better than a falconet. You know, it's like scary. But the thing is, they did not add any sort of malice to those mortars when you send that card, just because you can only use it when there's a nearby building. So in the wild, like out in the middle of the plains or whatever, the mortars are not going to be good for military. But as soon as you like start sieging in the base and somebody's trying to turtle or something, now those mortars become a real threat, like a serious one. Like ones that you'd actually need your culverins to like seek out and destroy. Yeah, no, definitely. And I should mention something too. In the Middle East patch that hopefully will be coming out this year, maybe early next year, basically there's going to no longer be culverins in the game. There's just going to be mortars. And how the way mortars are going to work is, in H3 they're just going to counter artillery like culverins. And then in H4, when you research the guard upgrade, you're going to be able to unlock a long-range siege attack. So they'll be good against buildings and artillery. So they'll be a little bit more versatile, and they'll actually be able to attack multiple things. So, yeah, thought I'd point that out to you. That no longer culverins are going to be a thing in the future. Just mortars for buildings and artillery, and then you'll have like a falconet type thing for infantry. And I think eventually they'll have like machine guns too, the counter cavalry. Just like we do have in World War I age in this game. Quite nifty. Alright, so this is the deck. So we got crates, Hajusi, villagers, grenadiers, this. Austrian, Magyar. Yep, you should always include your Magyar combat cards first because basically you get some of the strongest hussars in the game as Austria-Hungary because you get a Cav combat card, you get a whole set of other combat relay cards based on the Magyar path, and on top of that your Austrian hussars do get a Royal Guard upgrade in H3. So that's one of the Austro-Hungarian civ motions I didn't touch on because in last game it all stayed in H2. But if you do make it to H3 as Austria-Hungary, you will be researching your Royal Guard upgrades in H3. So they really would be called, I guess, Royal Veteran upgrades, right? So instead of paying 200 wood and gold, you're paying about 400 wood and gold. It means you're paying up more up front, but it does mean you get that statistical boost earlier on, and then once you do get to Industrial Age, you're not really shelling out a ton of money to do so.
Da. Що? Яка ваша команда?
Play. Oui. Play.
Votre ordre. Oui.
Votre ordre.
ما say.
Alright, I'm back. This game. So basically what gommuistan was trying to do was instead of making normal military, he was trying to stack kulos. Kulos. Essentially they're like a Caribbean black outlaw that uses sort of a club similar to the Mapuche. And they're basically pikemen in the fact that they have multipliers against cav, but they have like really high siege that multiplies exponentially when they're near the Caudillo. So, yeah, I think gommuistan was trying to go for something special there, and it seems like he's going to maybe try it again here because he's playing Haiti again. Yeah, that was a good play by Nathan, using gommuistan's logic against him, you know. Sort of learned the power of going Grenadiers with Austria-Hungary, and he figured, you know what? I'm going to use it against Haiti. And he ended up winning with it because gommuistan just happened to be experimenting with the wrong thing there. Yeah, no. I mean, that's how good gommuistan is. Like, he can literally sometimes just fall back and be casual and try to experiment with stuff and still win. But in that case, Nathan just knew how to punish that hard and say, man, you gotta play seriously with me, man. I'm not gonna let you play these little kiddie tricks with me anymore, you know? Like, now I think maybe gommuistan's gonna take it a bit more seriously and actually make some real troops, like maybe Mosquetero, Escopetero, something of that nature. Because Haiti gets a pretty awesome variety of infantry, you know? Haiti is the only civ in LATAM, the only LATAM civ that doesn't get access to H2 cavalry at all. So they don't get any lancers, right? What they have to do is they have to build a barracks, and at the barracks they can get their regular infantry, and then they have to get their shock infantry, so they can either get the Mosquetero, again, which is the assault one, or they can go with the Zinglin, which is a scout one, so a little bit closer to how a Coyote runner works. But the way the Zinglins work is they have multipliers against villagers. So in reality, they'll end up doing like 36 something hand attack against villagers in H2 if they're in the right zone. And what do I mean by the right zone? Basically with the Haitians, they get a civ bonus where if they're far enough away from their town centers, their military will do more damage. Yeah, they gain like I think it's like a 15%, 20% attack buff by being away from the TC, and it does help out quite a bit. So yeah, we'll be seeing that here probably. He's run the same deck. He's got Codizimo, he's got Conscripto, Mosqueteros, England. Mystical Prestige. I see a lot of people run Mystical Prestige, but I never see anyone do it right. I think people just go for it because it's overall just a good eco option for you, and it just allows you to, you know, have more optimal vills. Yeah, pretty much. So we're going to go up with the Arab Wave. That's probably the choice on Siberia. Yep, because on Siberia, of course, you get the trade route on this side, so getting a nice TP rickshaw for right there is always good. For the Austro-Hungarians, they are probably going to go up Quartermaster, right? If I'm remembering correctly, they get the Quartermaster, right? Yep. So that's what we're going to see. Is that what we're going to get? Yep, the Artisan, that's the Quartermaster, 400 wood. So that's great. Same deck, right? Yep, same deck. Radetzky's March. This is one I don't always get a lot of. This one makes it so that your heavy infantry moves 10% faster. That would include your grenadiers and your line infantry, and of course any sort of mercenary or native like spearmen, muskets, or grenadiers you get in the game. I mean, I think in some situations it can be good, but it's definitely farther down the line in the game, so honestly it's like getting a mid-game upgrade that turns your line infantry into sort of Ashigaru musketeers in a sense. So I can say it's probably good, but yeah, I just never considered it before. Because mainly I see a lot of these Austro-Hungary games end in like H2, really, because the two sort of renditions of Austria-Hungary I've seen be done before is either like an all-out 2 H2 rush like we've seen, or they'll go like Industrial Age and start pulling out these huge giant Hussar cards, because look at this card. It gives you like 9 Hussars and it adds 3 more free ones onto it too. So it's like huge swarms of cavalry running at your enemy. Yeah, it's pretty scary actually how many Hussars some of these cards can give you as Austria-Hungary. Pretty fear-invoking. Yeah, so now we got the TP rickshaw going over there. The Arab caravan's going to go over here. Arab colony in that spot. The Arab unit, by the way, since I don't think we've seen it yet, is the Gallego. So it's actually a Middle Eastern musketeer with stats similar to something called a Jundi or a Sarbaz. So if you've seen my Middle East stuff, and you've seen the Jundi and the Sarbaz, when I play as like either Persia, not Persia, but Afghans, Uzbeks, or Saudis, it's kind of in that ballpark in terms of stats. So it's pretty good. I mean, I think the damage is rather good. The HP is okay. You get about 6 of them with the starting battalion, and it grows from there. So, yeah, I think it's rather nice. Alright, so let's see here. More musketeers coming out, right? Very good. Oh wow, look at that. 10 musketeers now. Quite solid. Ooh, the 360 XP treasure. Now, that's a good one to get. Now, if, okay, so instead, here's the thing. You should have, like, taken the Explorer out first, because you really shouldn't let your opponent get a great treasure like that. Just telling you right now, that's just a blunder right there. Because now he's going to get another shipment of potentially something else now that you could have avoided by just taking that out. So it doesn't seem like it's a huge difference, though, because right now what gommuistan is doing is he's going full Mushatero against the Grenadiers, and he just obliterates them, yeah. And not only that, it looks like he is going to be training more Grenadiers and then shipping more in. Now, Grenadier against Grenadier versus Mushatero. Mushatero is going to beat Grenadier hands down, because Mushatero, again, it's a cav unit. It has the shock tag, so when the Grenadiers do throw their grenades, they're going to have the protection of a malice, you know, a debuff, so it's going to hurt them less. And of course, they have splash attacks, so they can deal with huge formations of Grenadiers a little bit easier than even Hussars can, which is kind of interesting, because you would think Hussars would be the ultimate counter to, like, Grenadiers there, but no. If you, like, spam a ton of the Musketeros en masse, then you can basically really beat up Grenadiers quite well, I would say. Yeah. So here's the thing, he's got like a huge stack of Grenadiers now, plus he's got a free Hussar from his shipment there, too. He's also going to send 6 villages in as well, so that's quite good. Alright, here comes he's got some Zinglins, too. The Zinglins are the ones you don't want near your villagers, because it's 18 times 2, so it does about 36 damage to vills when you're away from the TC. So, yeah. Not meaning Nathan's TC, but his own TC. Because if you're close to your TC, these Zinglins do hand attack that's, I think, a little bit close to like 15 or 16, but when you get this far away, then it really amplifies a lot. Austria-Hungary's going to add in some line infantry now, because he knows he's dealing with a cavalry threat here with the Musketeros. Hussar's actually a good distraction there. Look at that, stalling time for the Grenadiers to get their act together. Wow. But now we got more Musketeros coming in from this side. I will say, gommuistan's getting a fair amount of damage done, though. So, yeah. Pretty intense stuff right there, yeah. Big time. Absolutely. Crazy, crazy. Ooh, a Zinglin took out another grenadier. Wow. Okay, so technically Nathan's has remaining army, and he is training in some more line infantry now. But how's his Vil numbers? 27 Vils, pretty okay. Gommuistan's at this point is at 20. Okay, so Nathan still has the Vil advantage. That's very critical, because if he got like super raided by those Zinglins, I think things would have been pretty bad over there, honestly. Yeah.
Win. Qui semble me faire? Qui semble me faire?
Here comes some more Musketeros. More Zinglins and Musketero. Going Musketero Zinglin's an interesting one, because the Zinglins will be better against the skirmish units, and then the Musketeros will be better against the heavy infantry units. So it's kind of like the ultimate cavalry wombo combo against infantry, pretty much, yeah. And the Musketeros also do a great job at protecting the Zinglins. So, you know, the bandits are not going into them, because the Musketeros, with the combined hand armor and assault tag, can be more impervious against line infantry. Because if you didn't notice, if you look at like a musketeer unit, notice how the multipliers are stronger against the scout unit compared to the assault one. So against the assault unit, the multiplier is only 2, but against scout and maneuver it's 3. Maneuver being dragoons, pretty much. So, yeah, typically, whenever you run into like a cav that has hand armor, you got to be very wary of how you use your muskets against them, and you should probably try to fight them at range if possible. Try to kite them, because shooting at assault cav is usually the best way to take them down. Whereas for scout units, the best way of taking them down is with melee, because they have pierce armor, so they can survive your bullets better, but when it comes to like slicing and dicing, you do better. Yeah. Also, scout units have less HP than assault ones, so bayonets again, gonna be a good choice there. Yeah. I think the only exception to the rule in terms of universal usefulness in melee for infantry is going to be spearmen, because most spearmen do full shock multipliers, so the amount of multipliers they do against cav is equal across all the classes, and including in classes that muskets typically can't counter in melee, like mounted skirms, infernales. Yeah, no, spearmen can counter anything that has the shock tag, which gives them a lot more versatility against cavalry. Yeah. Adding in looks to be Magyar attack for his grenadiers. Honestly, so he is gonna add in more grenadiers. It looks like. Oh, took out Vil. Wow. Also has a free Hussar. He's also going to get another free Hussar again with that card, so that's good.
Bereit.
Szolgálatára, parancs! Igen.
Bonjour. Qui semble me faire? N'a pas taqué.
Look at that. They're like a little star. Like a little Patrick starfish. Look at that. He got like 5 points. I've never seen that before. I've seen him move like an arrowhead before, but I didn't know they could form a star like that. Wow, he's getting a couple fills there. Not good. Now, the problem here is the fact that Nathan has such a large army that he's going to maintain his presence there. Because the thing is, whenever you get raided by someone as Haiti, you actually do have an opportunity to recover your villagers. Notice how this villager here is slowly losing HP. Yet this unit eventually loses all of its HP, then it just dies. But you do get a few seconds window where you can actually revive it for 100 or so, not 100 but like 10 or 20 food. Then you get the villager back, but then it comes back as a zombie because Haiti is into voodoo practices, and then the villager will just, you know, run around slowly but still have the same gather rate. It's kind of similar to the thing Mexico gets with the food graves, where if you kill one of their vills, they'll pay you back the food with the grave. With Haiti, you literally just get to save the villager altogether and turn it into a zombie, a voodoo zombie. And then the only punishment is the fact that it just moves around slower. So if you do get raided again and that zombie gets killed, then it dies for real that time because it's already a zombie. You can revive a zombie as a zombie, right? You can revive a living person as a zombie, but a zombie as a zombie is a little bit outside of the realm of the voodoo magic, yeah. It looks like gommuistan loses the TC, but he wins the fight with the Musketeers and Zinglings. So it's a little bit complicated, you know. Taking out the TC is certainly a great accomplishment, but oh, he's also raiding with the Hussars too, mind you, so that's not good. Oh, these were all zombies already, so gommuistan already revived them. And the fact that the Hussar already started attacking means he like legit lost villagers there altogether, so that's not good. Grenadiers trying to kite the cab as best as possible there, but unfortunately Musketeer's splash attack is just going to rain through him pretty much, yeah. There's those Hussars Nathan used to raid, so he's going to be coming back with those. Few line infantry have popped out as well, so they'll be primed for shooting the assault units from range. Very good setup. Alright, he's shipping in about 6 conscripts now. Got a TC back, right? Yep, he's got a TC back over here, so it looks like gommuistan's recovered that at least. How is Nathan's resources? So, Nathan is burning through a ton of resources himself to do things. He researched Advanced Arsenal from the home city, but he hasn't built the Advanced Arsenal yet? What is he doing here? Like, just finish the building. Just finish the building, you know? It'll go a lot better if you do. Because honestly, I think he's just looking for more stats for his line infantry, pretty much, yeah. Still hasn't sent Austrian attack yet, which benefits the line infantry and skirms, and then he hasn't sent the Magyar hit points for the Grenadiers and Hussars yet.
Geht schon wieder. Machen wir weiter.
Igen. Szolgálatára.
4 Hussars. Does he have a stable? I didn't know. Does he have a stable? He's got barracks. So that's literally all from just... Wow, that's all from sending cards, man. All free Hussars right there. That's crazy. That's insane. How many free calves he's getting. Literally OP. But look right here. We got another fight between gommuistan and Nathan. Nathan getting a good shot on the Musketeros. Okay, yeah. Now he's getting overrun, it looks like. Yeah, no. Not only that, gommuistan is using his shipments to send in Gallegos, since he is running low on his cards at this point, so he's figured, you know what, I may as well just send some free musketeers in from the Arabs, so that should be a good add-on with my melee troops to provide a bit of range cover, yeah, and help grind down the line infantry's HP a little bit probably and soften them up. Alright, Mr. Terror is going into splash against Line Inf now, as you can see there. More Musketeers coming in too. Beautiful.
Jesus, nein, ich bin draußen.
Isaac, yep, those are the ones that shipped in, right? The conscriptos, yeah. How's gommuistan's eco doing? Okay, so it does look like his eco's picking up. He's able to maintain 2 queues of Musketeros, which is pretty good, as well as being able to send an endless line of Gallegos now as range support.
Evet.
Sakat bir.
Hazır.
Bir savun.
Emrin.
I kind of don't understand why he sent the conscriptos though, because the Gallegos are actually stronger as musketeers than the conscriptos are in every stat possible. So I don't know why he even really invested in that there at all, honestly.
Kisa uvli.
Parancs?
Szolgálatára.
Finally some new civs. We got gommuistan as Chinese. And what we got Nathan as? Nathan is running Belgium. Belgium versus China. Problem is, this is a bad map for Belgium. Because Belgium should really only be played on maps that have native sites or trading posts on them. And it looks like this map loadout here at least just doesn't have natives or trade at all. So, yeah, this is going to be kind of bad, honestly. Yeah.
Hello?
I mean, it's not going to be bad, but here's the thing. If you're going to play Belgium ever in Wars of Liberty, it's the difference between night and day when you play Belgium on the map that has a trade route versus the map that doesn't have a trade route. Because basically, this wagon you see here called a frontier wagon, it can turn into a trading post, an outpost, or a saloon. So, basically you lose a lot of economy and potential with the Belgium civ if you choose to do them on these maps that don't have any sort of, trade route on. Now, you can still use the wagon again to make towers for defensive purposes, which sort of helps, but as far as like gaining extra XP, maybe setting up a stagecoach, you lose that when you play on these non-trade route maps, thus making Belgium feel a little bit less special and a little bit more ordinary in terms of their macro, which is not a good thing because you want to max out these civs as best as possible. But yeah, no, yeah. And I saw someone wrote in the chat there they wanted to know about the formation that the guy was using with the Musketeers in the star format. That is defensive formation. And you can also do similar formations if you put hand infantry into cover mode too. But I think that one was defensive formation. It forms it up in either like an arrowhead, a triangle, a star, depending on how many troops there are and what the unit is, and it's pretty nifty. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would say China's looking pretty good here if the Belgium isn't going with any sort of trade route, you know? Belgium without a trade route is like having jelly without peanut butter and peanut butter without jelly, you know? Or having a hot dog without sauerkraut and mustard and relish on it. It's not, just isn't the same, yeah. But anyways, we'll check the deck out anyways. Alright, so at least he knew to make sure there was no trading post related cards in this deck. I think that's good. Because if I saw like the fortified trading post card in here, I was going to like scream. Like, yeah! Like that. Like, man, that would have been a huge blunder, but thankfully now. It's called Natives, Indigenous, so natives. Now, here's the thing. This isn't even a good native. Well, it's an okay native. How do I explain this? It's clear from the looks of it, this is a native deck that relies on his Civ's own natives, basically, rather than natives from the settlement. So I think, honestly, this deck is viable. Yeah. The choice of going with native leadership, kind of an interesting one. I don't know if it's really going to be useful here. Definitely scramble for Katanga can be quite good if you are going to go massing on the natives later. Yeah, because here's the thing. Belgium is the only, or one of the only civs in Wars of Liberty that has native warriors trainable from the start of the game. Yeah. Since you know the wonderful colony of Leopold, right? The Belgian Free State of the Congo, right? You get some nice not free, but you get some good native warriors as a result of that. So you got about 2 different native units from the Zande natives, and then you get one from the Songi, the Zapozaps. So, yeah, you get a total of 3 different native warriors you can train as Belgium. You get the Nyam Nyam, which is like a pikeman. The Hunga Munga, which is it's basically similar to the Haudenosaunee tomahawks. You know, the ones that you capture on the map that have like the melee damage and range. Those kind. And then the Zapazap, simply just like a gunpowder infantry that has multipliers against villagers, natives, and mercenaries. So, kind of like a spy, kind of like a raiding unit. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Agent up with the Artisan for 400 wood. China. Going up White Pagoda. Wow. Going Monastery Village White Pagoda. That's something we rarely ever see. He does have the 5 discipleship in as well to reinforce with it. And he has Snatched the Pebble. Snatched the Pebble. It's Lily Bibu, Kozeki Bijou card. Snatch the Pebble. It's basically an Explorer upgrade that also improves. It actually unlocks an ability called the Roundhouse Kick, where the Explorer can do this super high powering kick that does a ton of damage. Yeah. Alright, so this is a strategy I call Kung Fu Fighting. Actually, or I call it the Bruce Lee strategy, because literally what you're going for is going with the Shaolin Master, training disciples alongside him, and you're literally being your opponent just using Kung Fu, basically. Because that's what the Shaolin Master and his disciples do, is they do Kung Fu fighting. So yeah, that's pretty much what I call this, is the Kung Fu strategy. Or the Bruce Lee strategy, depending on what you want to call it as at the time. So yeah, it's pretty powerful. So it looks like he's got some free disciples from the White Pagoda Age up. Very nice. And I wonder if he's going to ship in the 5 disciples as well from his home city. It's always something he should consider. Oh, he's going to go Chukanus, actually. So he's not going all out Kung Fu fighting. He's just going to go mixture of regular shipments and Kung Fu fighting. Yeah, kind of curious about it, actually. Because right now, it looks like, at least in this series they did, it looks like Nathan and gommuistan are even, Steven. So it's down to the wire to see who wins the 3rd game and takes home the crown.
有何吩咐？是的。
请下命令。
准备好了，
请下命令。
Here comes a Tigerman shipment now, so some anti-cavalry here. He's gonna go with old Han armies, it looks like, or what they call now just the Red Banner army. So you got Chukanus and Tigerman. Tigermen are just a replacement of the Quang Pikemen, by the way, so they have exactly the same stats as the Quang, just so you're aware.
请下命令。
怎么了？有何吩咐？准备好了。
请下命令。准备就绪。
Alright, so about 9 Chukanus, 11 Tigermen, and then his disciples there for the Kung Fu fighting. And here comes about 6 Nien Riders now. Those are the replacement to the Step Riders, so gonna be good against skirmishers. Here comes Belgium. Looks like they've trained all their natives here. So they got Nyam Nyams, they got Zappa Zaps, and they got the Hungamungas. Honestly, with the Nyam Nyams, you're just going to want to snare the Chukanus and allow the Hungamungas to use their hack damage at range to cut them down. And then use all that stuff combined to fight off the Tigermen. Yeah. The good news for Nathan is about 2 of the 3 natives he gets as Belgium are heavy infantry, so that does sort of degrade the worth of the Step Riders a bit there. So that's quite good. What does he have for shipments? So he hasn't even sent his support cards yet of Belgian natives at all. He can send line infantry, he can send volunteers, so he can reinforce with some regular units too, it looks like. Some more hungamungas, and then he's added more Nyam Nyams.
Jay. Off me. Jay.
Oh, that's pretty neat. I was just noticing that they actually did replicate the...
Jay.
Oh, is those the actual throwing knives of the Zande warriors they have for the Hungamungas? Yeah, I never... Oh, no. Wait a second. I'm trying to figure out if that's actually how the sickle swords look that they throw, or if that's just based off of the tomahawk model. Kind of tough to tell, actually. Adding in coin now, looks like 700 coin. What else do they have for cards? So they can send line inf, volunteers. So they can add more units in pretty much, yeah. Where the Nyam Nyam's gonna go. They come right through the middle there. Gommuistan going into cover mode is genius for tanking the Zappa Zaps. Alright, how many Hungamungas he still got? He's got a good amount. See, if I was Nathan, I would be microing my Hungamungas onto the Chukanus, because the Chukanus are going to shred you like a paper shredder, like mozzarella cheese on a pizza. So you gotta make sure those Hungamungas are targeting the Chukanus first, yeah. So it looks like gommuistan wins this series 2-1. Not bad. But Nathan did win one of the matches, so we can't count him out either here, honestly. I definitely like his ingenuity there on the first game there, completely punishing gommuistan's outlaw play. Finally, I see someone using China. Absolutely. I mean, I love using the Chinese, actually, you know. It was the first Civ I used in the 5th edition to win ranked games was Chinese. So, honestly, for me, I love using the Chinese. I like them in Wars of Liberty too because they get some really good consulate options as well. So, yeah, if you're looking for someone that plays Chinese, I'll absolutely play as Chinese for someone if they request it. So what are these recordings called now? I don't know what the rest of them are called. We have to scroll to the Discord server and find it. We can start casting that up. Okay, so now we got some games from Zelda Verde. Mexico versus Peru and China versus Colombia. Let's see what the Mexico versus Peru has. Yeah. Mexico versus Peru. This one. Is that going to be Viringo's Peru or what? Oh, great. You're dealing with Viringo's Peru. That's not good. I wouldn't want to deal with that if it was me. Viringo's got a real annoying Peru, so you're going to have to be very cautious here, I think, to say the least. Yeah. Which map is this? Oh, it's the map that has the huge gorge. Look at that. Yeah, this one's a bit tough to traverse. It's kind of good if you don't want to get rushed right away, but as far as like finding your enemy and stuff, it can be a bit annoying because a lot of times when I do this one, the enemy will like stick stuff right in the middle of the like gorge here, put stuff over here, and like flank me around the corners of this map. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one to say the least for Port Verde here because Viringo is the master of maneuvering large maps and being super obnoxious. So yeah. That's what we're going to see, probably. Most definitely. Now, it is going to be a Mexico versus Peru, so in reality, Mexico has the better soldiers, I would say, but Peru has some good early game tricks up their sleeve with the Grenadiers and the Brañeros, so yeah, it could really go either way, you know what I mean? That's what I'm going to say. I would not put money on one Civ here at all because Peru has a lot of nice tricks. They got some cool immigrant options, so yeah, can't discount the Peruvians or what their strategy is going to be. Also, we're going to have to look at the decks carefully too, see where we're at. Okay, so this is the Viringo deck, Mi Baraja. So he's got Chulos, Prosperidad Falaz, and Naturalist Expedition. This is a one-time use card that gives your villains an insane gather rate. Villains have more HP and more bounty and stuff. It's really cool. Alright, I'm back. Looks like Viringo is now sending in his first hunting card. The Naturalist Expedition. So that's quite good. Aging up with Japanese Wave. Japanese Wave. Kind of a strange one. Yeah. Back in the old days, I think Japanese were pretty popular. Nowadays, I would say either go Irish or Chinese for Peru. As for Mexico, he's going up with French Wave. Yeah, French Wave is a pretty good consensus, I think, when you're playing Mexico. Because that 2 food works thing is always going to be great for you. Now, El Verde does get Dia de los Muertos. So, he does have this critical card here. I would suggest that he sends it now. So, basically it gives you a really good defense against raids. Because if your opponent takes out any of your villagers after sending that card, the Dia de los Muertos, your rebound of food is going to be really nice. Because I think what it is at right now is, which I think I mentioned towards the start of the stream, was basically if you take out these Tolaquel villagers of Mexico, right? It's going to return about 50 or so food. It's a 100 food villager, you get about half the food back. But after you send that card, you get 150 food back. So you're getting the food back for the unit, as well as a little bit of extra as well. So again, it kind of makes Mexico like a porcupine civ. You know, like when you think of a porcupine with all those quills, if you try to like do anything to it, it pulls the quills up and it hurts you. That's the way Mexico is. If you come up against their economy and start ripping their villagers apart, they're going to send out that big spike of food. That big spike of food can turn into instant army and just obliterate your army and obliterate your base. You know, it's not simple. It's very, very complicated, and you have to make sure you know what you're doing, because if you don't, it can get very bad. Very, very bad. Yeah. Now, what I found interesting was he actually went with extractivism first before he went with the Presidio. Because the Presidio normally would be the first go-to card, because number one, it gives you 10 pop, it acts as a defensive building, and it's a place where you can train more vills and you can train more military. So I would say probably go with this first, and then I would go with Dia de los Muertos personally. Because that way, if I do get attacked right away, I can actually punish my enemy by having a ton of food in my back pocket that I can hit them with. So maybe they won't raid me. Maybe they'll actually let me get my economy going so I can, you know, get a barracks up, get a stable up, or just use the Presidio to make my military at a slower rate. But typically, it's better just to use the Presidio like a town center, you know, and just produce vills. Only using it to supplement military when necessary. Because the thing is, the Presidio is a less optimal building than a normal one. So the work rate of the Presidio is actually slower than the town center or a barracks or a stable. So you actually have to wait slightly longer than you would on one of those natural buildings that train stuff. So yeah, if you're going to do anything with that Presidio, I would say just gradually train villagers from it, personally. So you sort of feel like the Koreans or the Portuguese in that sense in Age 2. Definitely. Opening up with barracks to get conscripto, I'm assuming, right? Viringo going with the forward barracks. He's gonna probably go Legion Peruana. Yep, he's gonna go Legion Peruana. And essentially with this sort of rush, it's similar to what we saw gommuistan do against Nathan earlier. You basically go all out rush with the Grenadiers and max out their charge attacks. You know, make sure that the charge attacks are where they need to be and just overrun your enemy with tons of anti-infantry. And eventually your stack will be so big that the enemy won't be able to do much. Now, with Peru, you get this added card that you should always send with this, called Campaña de Restauración, or Restauración. Basically, This card will not only give 15% additional damage to all damage it does, so it's basically like a 15% attack card. It also adds 15% additional damage to melee. So, at range, the Grenadier will start to do 15 more damage, and in melee, 30% more damage. Like, double the effect, so it like spikes in melee. Unfortunately, Viringo is aiming at the Explorer, which is the wrong thing to do, and thus the Musketeers cleaned up the first batch at Legion Point has no problem. Right. Okay, and now Musketeers are going to beat down the Peruvian Grenadiers there very easily because, well, having that much assault against such a little number of Grenadiers is surely going to be fatal. Also, one thing to note about Peru, they also get these wonderful little graves, as you can see there, those little crosses. For Peru, their graves are related to their military, so if a Peruvian military unit dies, the other military units will get a speed aura from that nearby dead unit's grave so that they can retreat out of there faster. And they also gain improved line of sight from that grave as well. Later on, you can swap the speed bonus from the grave with an attack one through to the last cartridge card in Age 4. So, if you don't really like the retreat thing that much, you can swap it later for like an actual attack boost so that you actually get rewarded for losing units so that you end up doing more damage to your enemy. Yeah. Looks like right there, Conscriptos and Musketeros take out the barracks. Now they're going to move on to the foundry, it looks like. What was Viringo even planning to do with that foundry? I think he was going to go artisanal cannon with... See, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, it makes more sense to get another barracks so you can double up on the Legion Piranhas and hold the area. The fact that he kind of just went with artillery foundry that early, when he clearly didn't have the wood or gold to make artillery, is such a huge blunder of resources on Viringo's part. Good on Zelda Verde for actually exploiting that and taking that forward base out right then and there. If he stayed back and stalled, I think maybe Viringo would have made artillery and it would have been a kind of an issue. But because he nipped it in the bud now Viringo took a severe 300 wood loss from making a foundry that didn't even get to make anything. So that was a good move on Zelda Verde's part. And thus, when you look here, it looks like the score gap is pretty large right now, with Mexico getting a ton of stuff in terms of scoring. Where's this barracks? Is this back in the base? Yep, so now he's going defensive with another barracks, it looks like, because he needs it. Mexico going for 700 coin, followed by 600 wood. Is that right? Very nice. Oh no, that was 600 coins. So he's already sent his big crates. Now he's sending the little ones now, it looks like.
Comandante. Patria.
Aging up with the second French wave that will grant some free villagers that Mexico can use right away. The French workers. I did mention that these immigrant colonies also have their own unique worker units too, because it does look like a town center after all, right? So you can make villagers from it. So basically the French have something called the French worker. The French workers are one of the most boring and bland workers, but also one of the best ones because they essentially have a lot of the combat stats of a CBD, of a Coureur de Bois, but they also are the only worker that's good at everything, so it gathers all resources at a normal rate. So yeah, it's actually not bad at anything, because typically with most of the worker units in the game, they have one special skill they specialize in, and everything else they're horrible at it. But the French worker is kind of like just a CBD that isn't a CBD, you know? He's got the combat stats, and he just has like a normal gather rate, so he's actually not bad at anything. He's just across the board solid. Now we're sending Dia de los Muertos now. I think that's a good move. Because at this point it looks like Zelda is going with a forward push with villagers. It might set up a forward base somewhere along this point here. So I don't know what he's going for exactly. That should be pretty spicy. Has Insurgentes, right? That's important. Because that allows you to get used to a bunch of terrors in the late game, so they can get their guard and imperial upgrades, and then get a charged grenade throw as well from a sling. And here comes Insurgentes right now.
¿Mande? ¿Listo para pelear?
Refridge coming in now for Mexico. Veteran upgrade on the Mushateros now. Fortunately, yep, Friend of Siege. He's gonna have to pull out there, I think.
¿Listo para pelear?
Saludar. Ya, listo. Comandante.
Now switching in the Soldadela, Skirmisher, and Artisanal Cannon. That's going to add a bit more anti-infantry to the stack. Where's Ringo at, though? So he's actually aging up himself. He's going to get his Legion Poise up the veteran with Chinese Wave. So now he's going to add Chinese in. He's going to get a ton of goats from that. They can actually put right onto his livestock pen. Comes all the goats. He's got about 8 of them, actually. Why you get good value. I can put up a Chinese colony there. Uh, now, Viringo's gonna add in his own musketeers too. That should force Zelda to make more of them than his opponent then. Otherwise, I think if Viringo goes Grenadier spam with the Legion Piranhas and then he has like a little front of musketeers in the front, it's really going to force Zelda to like outnumber him in musketeers so he can beat through his massive musketeers and then ride into the Grenadiers. Otherwise, things will get a bit messed up, I think. Though he is adding in some Solidaros as well. Solidaros being a skirmisher should be able to handle those Grenadiers quite good. So, hopefully that. If he does get a chance to go to Industrial Age, pick up the Mondragon rifles. They shoot 20% faster. Oh, whoa, look at that. Throwing bombs from on top of the cliff. That's like realistic, too. Imagine being like in that situation as an army, moving through a valley, and then your enemy's like literally throwing grenades from the top of the cliff down on your men there. That's kind of scary, actually. Did an okay job, too. And the best thing is for Viringo, by the time his opponent gets out of this sort of like plateau mess, and gets on the land to fight him, his charge attack will already probably be back at that point, and then he can go for another throw again, which should be great.
¿A dónde nos dirigimos?
¿Mandé?
Listo.
Oops for the Solidaris shipment, I see. He also sent his Supremos Poderes. So now these conscriptos are even more amped up with about 14 range.
Sí, mi comandante.
And then the extra damage too. So yeah, these conscriptos should be able to outrange the Grenadiers in range combat, potentially taking a few more of them out before they become a problem. Oh man, Mushatero raid down here. It's got a few conscriptos here though. Yeah, engage with the Mushateros if you can. Use that extra range to like pick some of them off. Alright. Oh, he's going after them. See, that's the problem though. There's the porcupine man. If he's gonna make back all the food that he lost by losing those villages and then fold too, so we'll see how that goes, man. Third wave with the French. Now that's pretty nice, because if Mexico were to go Imperial Age, they would unlock something called an ultimatum power because they stuck with French the whole game for age ups, where essentially all their military technologies from the military buildings would lose their coin costs and only cost their wood costs. So yeah, I don't think this is going to go into Imperial Age, but if it were, there is a really good reward usually for sticking with one immigrant the whole game. You miss out on having unit variety as far as using your shipments is concerned, but you do gain the ability to basically, you know, do that stuff. Yeah, quite good.
Comandante.
Oh, going for the 2 Presidio card. That can be very powerful. Essentially, it gives you 2 Presidios, so that'll effectively add 20 population to your pop space, effectively giving Mexico full pop space for the game. Gives them 2 more places to train villagers from, and then also they can train military from those too, just at a reduced work rate. Alright, going guard on the conscripts first. I think that's solid, because you know your opponent's doing Mushatero. Oh, he's doing his Skultas too, so guard Conscripto here might save the day and win him the game. Let's see though. Let's see what happens. So here comes the Skultas right now. Yeah, get those Conscriptos into battle there. Start grinding down all that heavy cat there. Beautiful. Good work. That's exactly what you want to see. One after another there, right? Very nice. Okay, so the sculptors are gone. Now we can fight the Grenadiers now. The Grenadiers, well, some of them haven't used their attacks yet, so some of them are still throwing bombs. It's not good for Verde. But he does have artillery, though, to, like, grind through the Grenadier numbers, yeah. I think Viringo's forced into a retreat now, and he has to pull back. Big time. All the while, he's still losing troops. How about Viringo, though? What's he going to do now? So he's going to train more sculptors up. Did he have to leave or something? Because I think he could have still fought. Nah, I think he was still in the match, wasn't he? Yeah, no, he could have, like, made more piranhas, could have made some sculpts. So it really wasn't over for him yet, per se. But maybe he saw something that I didn't, and he was like, oh, no, I'm gone, I'm a gunner. Yeah. Alright, so let's go on to the next one now. See what we got here. Which game are we on now? Let me look at the chat. I just I remember this match. I got stuck in the middle of the map. Oh man, yeah, that's annoying. That's super duper annoying, man. Yeah, that. I remember running into that when I first did Wars of Liberty multiplayer, because I would always have trouble traversing that map, and I'd always end up in the ravine down below the valley and stuff, and it would be super annoying. Yeah. Alright, so let's do the next one. What's this one going to be called? Let me go to the Discord server and I can read it. Let's see here. Oh, Delian's streaming Defib Edition in Discord server. That's cool. Alright, let's find the correct name. Yeah. This one's going to be called China versus Colombia. China versus Colombia. Let's look at that one now. China versus Colombia. Here, this one. Beautiful. So this one's gonna be Jagster Donkey versus Zelda Verde. So this should be pretty nice. Zelda Verde using Chinese and Jagster Donkey using Colombia. Very interesting. So in this situation, I would put the money on the Chinese, because Colombia has a lot of let's just say Colombia has a lot of, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like Colombia has a lot of variety. They have a lot of different tactics. It just feels like out of the gate they take a while to set up. And it feels like they shouldn't, because they have very aggressive bonuses, but might be because I'm macroing them a weird way, but to me, Colombia is best used once you put up a few mills and you start to run the turtle stuff with them, where you send the Galapagos card and then the mills start to produce turtles over time you can eat. Yeah, basically. I think up until that point, Colombia feels kind of just average at the start of the game, but once you pick up those mills and you get the Galapagos card with the free turtles spawning from them for huntable meat, then it feels like Colombia's in great shape, because Colombia can then go hunting deep into the game, whereas enemies have to basically keep looking out further and further into the map for hunts, and then you can easily like push on that position and raid them and eliminate them there easier. Whereas Colombia's just sitting in their base with the mills right up against their town center producing the hunting meat. So yeah, that's at least my opinion of it personally. We can certainly check the deck too and see what he's getting. Well, I don't see what his deck is yet, so we'll have to find out. China getting a village now, right? Very nice. Colombia went with the trading post, but China did not. That's always fascinating. One thing to note about Wars of Liberty and Legacy is villages cost about 200 wood here. In the Definitive Edition game, they only cost about 180 wood, I believe. So that's why the trading post village build order just works in Definitive Edition, but it doesn't work so good here without stalling a bit of extra time to chop the extra 20 wood down. But yeah, kind of got the idea. So China going for, I would assume nomadic settlement would be the best option here. That way you're getting more pop space, you're up in your villager build limit and stuff, so that would be really good, I would say, for sure. How many builds are you on? Getting this one, this one. Alright. So chopping wood. Okay. Chopping wood at this stage is a little risky. Because here's the thing. You gotta make sure you get a decent age up time. Most definitely. It's kind of funny to still see elephants acting nice in this game right here, because I'm going to be publishing a video at some point that I did on Deccan in the Middle East beta. And what they ended up doing was they set up so that more strong and burly huntables can actually fight back now. So in the future, when you're fighting those elephants and trying to hunt them and stuff, they're actually going to try to attack you with the hand attack of, I think, like 78 or like 88 or something. And can actually take out your vills if you're not careful. So yeah. Even so, it feels like the huntables don't always attack you, though, which I felt was kind of weird, because even though they do have the hand attack, they just don't, you know, always come after you. They just, I don't know, it was a little bit odd. Maybe it's something to do with the huntable pathing, but nah. It felt like sometimes the elephants would attack me, but by that time I had so much settlers on them that they just still go down, so... Not sending any cards is never a good thing. Why don't you send at least the village one? Alright, Colombia's aging up on time. Just got this. Advanced immigrants. Colonia Tovar. Cocharlos. Doesn't have the Yanaro charge card, though. Yellow liberalism combined with Codizimo can be great because it makes your outlaw builds pretty solid. Colombia's aging up right now, whereas the zelda verde still not aging up yet. Building a market? That's weird. Oh, you're going with Portuguese consulates so that you can age up cheaper with the 680 food wonder versus an 800 one. At least that improves the cost a little bit. That's great. It's always good. Okay, the wonder's gonna go up right here with the porcelain tower. Okay. Colombia already getting their wood. Is that right? Yep. So what are they going to start with? Also, he went with the, I believe it would be the Ecuadorians, right? The Ecuadorians is what gives you the gold, correct? Yeah, I think it's the Ecuadorians who gives you the silver coin crates. So he's already got the horse grenadier of Colombia already unlocked at that point, because here's the thing. Colombia is a little bit different than the other lab civs because in addition to the immigrant options, they can opt to completely avoid immigrants altogether and go with Colombia member states, which act more like the European age-ups, so they just give you a nice reward, grows over time. Well, actually, more or less, they're closer to the Native American age-ups because they're the same politicians again and again, more or less, that grow over time in the rewards the later you get them in the game. But the main theme of the story is, if you go with all Colombia member state age-ups and you don't go with any immigrants, then you'll start to unlock units, new ultimate units. So you remember how the Dutch sort of had like 3 ultimate units? They had like the Indonesian one, the African one, and then the European one. Colombia works a little bit like that, but it's not as straightforward because instead of getting that stuff from the get-go, you have to make choices of what your age-ups are going to be, and if you decide to go with an immigrant at all in any of the areas, you'd be conceivably giving up one of those ultimate units in favor of an immigrant colony with specific techs. And thus, there's a chance that you can actually get all 4 of your ultimate units by never getting an immigrant colony. So you would get the Canal Police with Panama, so it'd basically be a Dragoon that actually acts like an old Dragoon, since it has multipliers against the Scout tag. For Ecuador, you would get the Granadero Tarqui, so another sort of horse grenadier that uses a charged grenade throw, only this time the unit is considered an assault unit, and thus has a lance with multipliers against infantry across the board, which is pretty cool. For Venezuela, you got the Rompileña, which is sort of like another assault cavalry, but this one's just like a straight up hand one. You know, it doesn't have any charge attacks or anything, but it does have 5x against heavy infantry, so it's like a pikeman, but it counters like a pikeman that destroys pikemen in terms of multipliers, if that makes any sense. And then lastly, for Colombia, you would have the Independista. Pretty much a regular musketeer without any sort of multipliers, but the hand attack is like super hefty. Of all the 4 ultimate units for Colombia, that's probably the weakest one, just because, you know, being a multiplierless musketeer with a slightly better hand attack, rarely ever going to work out good. Especially if your opponent knows how to micro and, you know, kite and stuff. It's just never going to add up to anything unless you have like a bajillion of them. Yeah. Insane Vil queue right there. Look at how big he's growing the Vil queue. Wow. Looks like China's already attacking though with the forward war academy on this little dry piece of land there. Gonna add bureaucracy as well as flume and ditching. Become 6 Neon Riders now. Honestly, with how slow China aged up, I would say probably if that was me, I would have already beaten him at this point. But you do you, man. Oh man, look at that! Now he's playing the units now, which is not good. Definitely don't want that. Crazy, crazy. I'm gonna take out Tigerman now. We'll make it against the End Riders though. End attack going deep there.
吃的。准备就绪。
More Neon Riders, Chukanoos, and plus another Red Bear army of Tigermen and Chukanoos. Going for Yanero shipment. I just don't understand what he's doing though, strategically. Like, he's got like no mass at all. Which makes no sense here. Sent like the right cards, but he just did nothing with them, which makes like no sense. Kind of crazy actually. Oh no, it's insane. Don't have much to say about that one, honestly. Definitely not. And with the second Explorer card, I see. The Admiral campaign one.
Maldito sea el soldado que alce las armas contra su pueblo. Esto es la causa.
Thunder's down. Overall, though, good match for Zelda Verde. Got the win done. GG on that one. Now we can go on to the next match. It's loaded up right now. Beautiful. What's this one going to be called now? Let me look. We'll go back to the server and the channel. Mexico and Japan versus Haiti and Central America. That's a fascinating one. Absolutely. Let's see what that one's all about. Try to grab something. Let's continue. Start this. Actually, I gotta find it first. Let me see. Mexico. M for Mexico. This one right here. Loading. And here we are. So, this one we got Verde teaming up with Viringo against Severo and Orthos. Who's Orthos? Never heard of Orthos before. I have no idea how good Orthos is. Yeah, so right now it's going to be a Central America from Orthos, right? Severo is doing the Haitians, and then Zelda is playing his signature Sid Mexico, and then Ringo, of course, is going to play Japan, because Ringo has a pretty solid Japan, actually. He does. He actually has a really good Japan, so yeah. It's going to be a tough combo to beat, you know, Zelda Verde's Mexico and Japan. Severo's going to have to up his game with Orthos, I think. Since this is sort of like a casual map, the map is a bit larger, which means Japan will actually be able to, like, get all their shrines on top of these animals that they want to. So that definitely works in favor of Japan, I think. Just being able to spread these shrines all over the place and not have to worry as much that your opponent's just going to follow a paper trail to get them all down. I think that's quite good, actually. Does also work in the favor of Central America, since Central America prefers to gather natural resources over farming typically, since these villagers, the Honaros, actually yields more resources from these natural sources here, which basically means when they're gathering from a hunt, the Honaros are actually getting more food from that hunt than a standard villager would. Mainly because, you know how in Definitive Edition there's text in cards that say, okay, it makes mines last longer? That's basically what happens here. When these Honaros are doing the gathering, they're actually taking off less food from the animal compared to if it was like a settler. So you're actually getting more food off of the animal than you initially would with any other civ, while still maintaining a solid gather rate too. So it's pretty cool. Right, here comes Honaros there, very good.
¿Qué puedo hacer? Dígame, don.
Let's check the decks out too. Central America going Los Altos, so it's very helpful because it lets us know what the primary emphasis is going to be during the match for Central America. Central America has about 6 nations as part of it, and thus 6 different military rosters. It doesn't sound as crazy as complicated as you might think, because really all you get between those rosters is a different Royal Guard unit. Yeah. And of course a different mixture of about 5 different infantry and cavalry. So one might give you like muskets, skirmishers, lancers, and dragoons or whatever. Another one might give you give you spearmen, muskets, skirmishers, hussars, heavy cavalry. Yeah, that's sort of what it's like. You know, I mean, you got 5 varying units depending on what the nation is, and then one of those units is going to be Royal Guard. So in the case of Central America, there is a chance that you can get 6 potential Royal Guard units all in the same match by constantly joining a Central American country and then breaking off and becoming the Union again. So basically what happens is you start the game as just the Central American Union. You become one of the 6 Central American countries, and if that fails, then you can rejoin the Union again and pick another Central American country to get a new roster. Yeah. And this card here, Unionist Conference, allows you to rejoin the Union 90% faster. So you really, if you plan on going with different nations and not just sticking to one for like a quick rush or whatever, you probably should include that card just so you can do so in a more fluid manner and not have it hold you up at all, basically. First French wave coming in from Mexico, of course. Central America went with Scandies. Sabero went up with Arabs. Always the preferred one. In addition to the Gallegos, which I really like, the Arabs have this villager called the Arab Merchant. And what they do is, the gather rate is pretty abysmal on everything. But they trickle all 3 resources while they work. So while their initial gather rate looks really cringe, they actually give you a bit of food, wood, and gold all at the same time, making them a really versatile villager. So I would put them up there with probably the French workers as far as usefulness is concerned, yeah. Because there's just some workers for the immigrants who are just really not good economically, but Arab merchants and French workers are probably going to be your best prize ones, I would say. The Chinese ones aren't bad either because they're good at all natural resources, which is majority of the things on the map that you can do, right? The only things that they're not going to be good at is like mills and plantations, but yeah, it really means you just keep them on wood the whole game.
Bonjour. Mapale Tadim.
Now, this is something to watch out for and something you really need to be careful of when you're dealing with Haiti. They can stick their Zinglins into defensive formation. Point that they all move super close to each other. And what they'll do is, they'll try to get close to one of your bills and just lop them off in one hit. It's like really deadly. You can see with like horse cavalry, they have like huge hitboxes, so it's hard for them to get super close. In the case of hand infantry, they're so small and tiny hitbox wise that they can get super close very quickly and just basically cut through villagers very quickly. It's a good way to execution your way through a lot of your enemy's economy and send them reeling back in terms of score. But thankfully Viringo's on top of his game and he was able to garrison appropriately in the nick of time. And then send his Kies in there to counteract him. It looks like Haiti will now opt to train Escobateros to try to counteract the Kie skirmishers of Japan. This can be a little bit tough, because yeah, the Escobateros have a shotgun and they do splash damage, damaging multiple units. However, Japan skirmishers, the Kies, have the stats of like a real skirmisher, right? They do a ranged attack of about 18, and then their damage output's about 19. Really, you could think of Kies as just gunpowder Yumi archers. So they have all the stats of the Yumi archer, but they use rifles. Now actually they're better than Yumi archers because they use a rifle. Their multipliers are 2x against heavy infantry. instead of just 1.25 that's normally the case. Also, I just sound like a frog right there. Did you hear that? Like, yeah, I didn't expect that at all. Huh. That was definitely an alarming sound. Absolutely. Alright, so now I'm gonna add Singlin's in. It looks like Severo's adding a little bit of everything, isn't he? Whereas Orthos is just pushing up with Conscriptos, it looks like. Now, you can't do that alone, buddy. Don't let him just pick him off with your Kies. That's like a really bad waste of your troops. I would strongly suggest you wait for your ally to come and go up there as a team to deal with that. Alright, so he's just walking up here blindly. So you know what he's going into, or... Yeah, he shouldn't... Yeah, I don't know what he's up to.
¿Qué pasa, señor? Listo. Aún no estoy muerto. La posteridad me hará justicia.
Listo para pelear.
Comandante.
Alright, got 20 conscriptos here, couple dolientes, couple musketeros. Alright, so that's what Zelda's doing. Musketeero musket. That's typically a pretty good comp to go with. Plus, if I did mention it already, every time you research a tech is Mexico, you get one of these guys for free, the dolientes. They're pretty much just statistically a crossbowman, so not only do you have all the units that you normally train, but you also always have a few extra skirmishers along the way as well with these dolientes, which is quite helpful. Also, their siege isn't bad. I never noticed they have good siege. They have a siege of like 20, so not bad at all in that regard. So Orthos decided to put his Poledneka right here in front of it, the Haitian's base. Kind of an interesting move. This Poledneka is no ordinary fort. It can actually train units faster and has a better work rate than a standard production building, so you don't even really need fencing school or any techs like that to really make good use of this structure, because it'll train the units just as fast as if you did have like fencing school, which is pretty cool. Okay, so looks like we got Orthos moving forward with the conscriptos. We tried to rush the stop. Fight the musketeros first. It's getting a lot. You don't want to try to move through an army of musketeros. That's very bad, because the musketeros do splash damage. So the longer you do that, the more they're going to eat through your ranks. You just stop, get your bayonets out, and try to gut them, and then keep walking. No, that's a bad situation to find yourself in, absolutely. Especially since Viringo is gone. His Kia's up to the Varen upgrade, right? Does he have Way of the Marksman? Yep, he has some Way of the Marksman. So now these Kia's are about, gonna be about 20 range, and then they're gonna have 15% more HP too. So a lot better. Also, he sent his general up there, Siago Takamori, to boost the stats of his nearby troops, as well as be able to continue training Kies on the front lines. He's also going to start to ship in 2 Kanao cans as well to this point. The Kanao have the same stats as the flaming arrows do, so good against artillery, good against infantry, and good against buildings all together. So, yep, pretty much Japan's got a very strong foothold here. And he's going to be backed up by some of the zelda verde infantry as well, which should be pretty good here, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Here comes the Kanao cans. Pop in right here. Very nice. Should be able to go for a good push, right? Yep. Very nice. Very solid. Here comes the interesting aspect, because now Severo has some troop steel cans here. These are culver and mortar hybrids. He could snipe out the Canaro cans, but first he gets rid of the artisanals of the Mexico. Now he's going to try to like bombard mode them towards the Canaro. Gets rid of one of them, now he can hit another one too. Yep. Definitely Orthos is doing a good job reinforcing here, but the problem is he's doing heavy infantry against skirms, so he's losing troops at a pretty massive rate. Yeah, so pretty much in this situation, you're gonna have to like get Viringo out of your base and like push back. Otherwise, it's not gonna be good, basically. Oh yeah, Orthos is out of resources. This whole spamming heavy infantry and the skirmishers thing is like let him dry as far as the resource stockpile is concerned. So that's really not good in this battle situation. No, you definitely don't want that happen like ever. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Alright, let's go on to the next one now. Let's load up. Restart. Here we go. Which one are we on here? Let's see. Trying to find a good one here to do now. I kind of want to see China versus Japan. Can we skip ahead for China versus Japan? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to see China versus Japan right now. Let's see what that one is. This one. Let's see what this one is. Oh, this map. Look at how beautiful this map is. Red Beach. Look at how beautiful this map is, like really. Isn't this map super delectable? Now you can go to bed tonight and have nightmares looking at this ground. Look at this beautiful map. Red Beach. It's super red and beachy. Imagine going to a beach that looks like this. It literally looks like you literally rip somebody's skin off and you're literally looking at their flesh and bone. Yeah, I know. It looks like there's blood clots in there. And yeah, it's like literally slicing somebody's skin off and looking at the edge of their arm. It's like crazy. I don't know, man. It's insane. That's all I'm going to say. Crazy, crazy. I don't know where they came up. I got to look up like Red Beach on the map and see if it actually looks like this. Absolutely. Crazy, crazy geography, though. I will say that. But, anyways, El Zelda Verde is going China, and then Viringo is going as Japan. I will tell you right now, you better bring your A game as China, man. Because Viringo's Japan is no joke. he like gives me problems when I play like Zulu and Korea and stuff. Like even if I played the Oro Crony Civ, I have problems with this Japan. So yeah, you better come up with a game plan, son. Absolutely. So I'm gonna tell you, word to the wise. That's what I'm gonna say. Well, let's hope that he can figure it out, because if not, it's gonna be a pretty tough situation. Absolutely. Yep. So, in this particular situation, I think Japan already has an advantage, because I can tell you from this map, the hunt distribution is really bad. Like, you could walk for a while without finding food. So, whatever wacky, huntable herds there are on this map, I guarantee you Viringo's going to grab them up with his shrines. And then Zelda Verde is going to have, like, no clue what to do. Yeah. And look, he's even sending the Heavenly Kami in right now. That first card right there. This card right here, it cheapens your shrines, so you can build even more of them, and then it makes them more effective as well, in terms of their trickle. So, pretty much, going Heavenly Kami here is, like, really gold for the Japan, because they'll be able to find all those special shrines in the nooks and crannies and start building on them, and then gaining an advantage, pretty much, yeah, which is quite good, big time. Absolutely, yeah. Ooh. Well, let's see what Zelda Verde is doing this time with China. Is he village market? He's not going for the. He's not going for the consulate this time, is he? No, thankfully not. I think if he did that, things would be a little bit strange. This is definitely a strange build order. I mean, even as a vill on mines. That's very odd, because normally in Age 1, you typically want your vills always on hunt, so you can, you know, get a proper age up time. But the fact that he's got one on gold still, pretty greedy actually, especially against a very solid Japan. You better hope that he doesn't trample you with Shigumas right out of the gate, because if he does, it's not going to be good. It's going to be really, really bad. Very bad, actually.
有何吩咐？
Porcelain Tower I find to be fascinating, because typically in vanilla, Summer Palace is always going to be the play. Yeah, because having the free banner armies is such a good benefit to you. I feel like going Porcelain Tower this early is just not what the doctor ordered. I mean, you can normally go for it for like Fortress Age if you want like a greedy Fortress Age, but going with it in Age 2 is a little not that good. I'd rather just get the free units from the Summer Palace myself. You can either put it on the red banner army, you can put it on the blue one typically, and those will do quite good. Yeah.
怎么了？
Right, going for a war cami now. Very solid. $700 wood. I think that's a reasonable choice. How about Japan? Japan went with this. They went with their sawmills. Is that right? Good wood tech there. And now they can go for either kies, crates, or diplomatic intrigue, I would assume, at this stage. They could also go for vills, too. That's another option. Biggest thing to know with Japan is they can send these cards twice, so yeah, you can send these back to back, which is quite good. Gold's coming up over here. So is Viringo gonna go for a fast fortress? What is he doing? I notice he has like all this food growing and he's not picking up his wood crates. Is that right? Why is he not picking up his wood? What are you doing? What are you doing, Viringo? Okay, well, at least zelda verde is making army. He's shipped in Shukanu. He's gonna be doing some red banner armies. He's at least establishing some stuff. Yeah. I don't know if Viringo fell asleep here or not, or he's having fun with Juanita Bonita, honestly. This is a little scary. It really is. Very much is. Right now he's picking up the wooden Genkies. I was like, what are you doing, man? You're stalling too much time. You're gonna give too much advantage to your enemy. You gotta start producing like right away, man. If you don't, it's gonna really hurt. The first China versus Japan was quick. You should see the second one. It was longer. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. What is this stuff, man? This doesn't seem like much of a competition. Oh, no. I mean, Viringo here is like super slow. He's typically on top of stuff. Because I'm gonna tell you, if you remember back to those streams where I was playing Viringo 1v1 in Wool, when he was playing Germany and stuff, I couldn't tell if that was really Viringo or that was, no, that was Viringo, because he was the one messaging me. I thought that was like Cap or someone doing it. I was like, how is he producing that quick? How is he like being that solid? Like, he's acting like a 16, 18 ELO player there. Crazy. Now Viringo was adding the bats back in the Miko early game skirms there for the Portuguese, so it's got a bit of those as well. Right here. They're just about the same stats as a crossbow though, so they're not as strong as the Kies, I would say. But they're definitely something.
なんなりと。
GG, man. Good aggression there. Good aggression. Because Viringo's not an easy opponent to deal with, so the fact that you were able to overrun him there was pretty good. Yeah, I think he was AFK for a while there. Probably Juanita Pruana made him wash some dishes, which I know happens over there. So, yep. I run into those situations too, man. So it's totally normal. Yeah. Definitely. What time is it now? It's 11:30. Yeah, it looks like somebody just left, so I'm probably gonna cut it short here, and we can convene again tomorrow if you want. You want to see me do more of these again tomorrow? Totally can if you want, as long as you show up. Might be fun. So yeah, thank you for showing up, everyone. It was pretty cool. Let's see what we get tomorrow for views. Should be pretty awesome.